So, guten Morgen. Ich begrüße
Good
Sie alle
morning.
sehr herzlich
A very warm
zum zweiten
welcome
Tag
to this second
der
day
Konferenz des
of
Rates
our
für
annual
Migration
conference
zum
of the
Thema
Council for Migration on the
Körper
topic
und
of
Rasse,
body and
Konjunkturen
race,
des Rassismus in
conjunctures
Europa.
of racism in Europe.
Mein Name ist Paul
My
Mecheril
name
und
is
als
Paul
Teil
Mecheril,
des
and as
Organisations-
part of the
und
organizational and
Konzeptionsteams dieser
conceptual
Tagung habe ich die
team
Freude
of
und
this
die Ehre,
conference, I am
diesen
very
Tag
delighted
eröffnen zu
to
dürfen mit einigen kurzen Hinweisen. So war es zumindest
some
geplant.
brief
Ich habe gerade
remarks.
eben erfahren,
I was just
dass
informed
diese kurzen
that
Hinweise durchaus
these
etwas länger
brief
sein
remarks
dürfen und
might
vielleicht auch
take
müssen,
some more
weil
minutes
das
than
erste
initially
Panel
planned,
heute
because our first panel
mit einer gewissen
today
Verzögerung
will
starten
start with
muss,
a
da der Moderator
slight
Vassilianos
delay because
aufgrund einer
Mr. Sassianos, the
Zugverspätung
moderator,
etwas
presenter,
verspätet an dem Ort
will
eintreffen wird,
unfortunately arrive
an dem er
a
das
little
Panel moderiert.
bit
Das heißt, wir
later than
fangen mit dem
expected
Panel
due
gegen
to
10:15
a
Uhr an,
train
10:20
schedule, a train that
und
was
ich habe bis
delayed.
dahin
We
Zeit,
will start the
ein
panel
wenig
at
zu improvisieren,
10:20
was
approximately,
ich,
so
um
I'll
es
get the chance
euphemistisch zu
to
sagen, gerne tue.
improvise, which
Herzlich
I
willkommen zu
very
diesem
much
zweiten
enjoy, to
Tag.
be perfectly frank. So a very
Die
warm welcome
Jahrestagung
on
des
this
Rates für
second
Migration
day. The annual conference of
widmet
the
sich
Council for
nun schon zum zweiten
Migration
Mal
has,
dem
for the
Thema
second
Rassismus.
time,
Wir haben im
dedicated
letzten
its
Jahr die
topic
Jahrestagung in Frankfurt
to the topic of racism last
durchgeführt
year in
zum
Frankfurt.
Thema
We
Praktiken und
discussed
Diskurse,
practices and
die
discourses
Rassismus ermöglichen und
that
befördern
enable
und
or
schließen mit dieser
facilitate
internationalen
or
Tagung
promote racism.
an und
We would
fokussieren
like to
dabei
pick up on that.
zwei Dinge. Das eine, die
On the one
Bedeutsamkeit
hand,
des
discussing the
Körpers
meaning
für
of the
die
body
Wirkung
in terms of
rassistischer Praktiken, rassistischer
racist
Diskurse,
practices and
rassistischer
discourse
Technologien
and
und
racist technologies
Grenzziehungen. Einerseits,
on the
andererseits
one hand.
beziehen
On the other
wir
hand,
diese
we
Auseinandersetzung mit
refer
dem
our
Verhältnis von Körper
discourse
und
to
Rassekonstruktion
the
auf
relation of
den
body
Raum
and race
Europa,
and the
den politischen Raum, den
European
sozialen, den
framework,
gesellschaftlichen, aber
European
auch den
social,
imaginären
political, but
Raum in
also
Europa. Wir
imaginary
interessieren uns
space of
für die
Europe, and we're interested
Traditionen
in getting to
der
know the
an Rassismus
traditions of
anschließenden Produktion des Körpers,
productions of
wie der
racism and
Widerstände
the
gegen
body
diese
and the
Produktionsformen in
resistance
den
against
unterschiedlichen
these forms of
Europas,
production
sowohl räumlich
in
als auch
Europe
zeitlich.
in terms of
Wir haben
space and time.
diese Konferenz gestern
This
eröffnet,
conference was opened
nicht mit einem
yesterday,
Eröffnungsvortrag.
not with an opening
Das ist ein
speech,
übliches
which is
Format,
would be
Konferenzen mit
the
einem
conventional
Eröffnungsvortrag einer einzelnen Person,
format.
der dann über
Usually, you would have one
dieses performative
individual
Format auch eine gewisse Autorität zugeschrieben wird.
speaking about a certain
Wir haben
topic in the beginning of at the
es
beginning of a
nicht so
conference,
gemacht, dass wir eine
creating
einzelne Sprecherin, einen einzelnen Sprecher gebeten haben,
authoritarian
die Tagung zu eröffnen, sondern
dynamics
haben
there.
die
We
Tagung eröffnet
chose
mit
to do
einem
it in a
von
different manner,
Noah und Vassilianos moderierten
as moderated
Podiumsgespräch, einem virtuellen
yesterday in form
Podiumsgespräch,
of panel discussions,
an dem Alana Lentin,
where Alana
Eddie Bruce
Lentin,
Jones,
Eddie Bruce
Nasira
Jones,
Guinef
Nasia Guinef,
und
and
Piro
Piro
Hepi teilgenommen haben.
XCP took
Dieses
part.
Format macht schon deutlich,
This
dass
format
uns an einer
highlights
Multiperspektivität
that we
gelegen ist.
aim at
Und vielleicht können wir an der
showing
Stelle
different perspectives,
eine kleine Verallgemeinerung machen,
where I'd
was
like
die
to say
Auseinandersetzung
something in more
mit
general
rassistischen
terms.
Praktiken,
The discourse of racist
rassistischen
practices and
Realitäten,
racist
Wirklichkeiten, die
realities
Wirksamkeit rassistischer
that enable the
Empfindungs- und Wahrnehmungsweisen
effectiveness
stärken,
of
dass diese
racist
Auseinandersetzung
ways of thinking
einen großen Gewinn hat. in einer besonderen Weise vielleicht einen großen Gewinn hat, Multiperspektivität als konstitutives Moment ernst zu nehmen, also
are
die
an opportunity to
unterschiedlichen
perceive
Erfahrungen
different
mit rassistischen
perspectives on
Praktiken, die
these
unterschiedlichen
reality,
Formen, in denen sich
comparing
an Rassismus
different forms
anschließende
of
Formationen als
anti-racism
wirksam erweisen,
and their effectiveness
in dieser Pluralität
within this
zur Kenntnis zu nehmen.
plurality.
Und die gestrige Multiperspektivität
Yesterday we
war durchaus auch
listened to
repräsentiert
different
durch die Orte
perspectives which
an
were
der
represented
Diskussion und an dem
also
Gespräch
by the
Teilnehmenden.
places where
Wir
different
hatten,
participants and
ich
speakers
glaube,
were based.
drei
I think we
Kontinente
had approximately
repräsentiert gestern
3
Abend.
continents that were
Also
represented
haben die Tagung
yesterday in the
eröffnet mit
evening.
einem
We inaugurated
transkontinentalen
our
Gespräch,
conference with a transcontinental
das auch
debate or
unterschiedliche Zeitzonen
conversation,
gewissermaßen
also
zusammengebracht hat. Und das
involving
ist ja eine
different
Erfahrung,
time
die
zones,
viele von
which
uns
is
jetzt
an
machen in dieser
experience that many of us
Zeit,
make these
dass
days,
das digitale Medium
where the
es
digital
ermöglicht,
medium enables us
eine gewisse Unabhängigkeit
to create some sort of
zu gestalten vom
independence
Flächenraum. Ja, also
regarding
der
the
sozial
we
auf dem Podium
also
reflektiert und angemerkt
reflected
worden, auch
on
durchaus
and
kritisch
remarked
angemerkt
on
worden,
in a
wir
critical
könnten
manner
sagen selbstkritisch
yesterday,
angemerkt worden,
where we
mit
reflected
Bezug auf die Frage,
on the
wer
question
spricht über wen,
who is
mit
talking
Bezug auf die
about whom
Frage, wessen Wissen wird
and
auf dieser Tagung
which
repräsentiert,
person's knowledge
hörbar
is being
gemacht,
represented
als respektables Wissen
at this
eingebracht
conference and considered as respectable knowledge.
und in den Diskurs so eingespeist, dass der Diskurs
So
sich
we
über diese
include this in
Einspeisung
our
von
debate,
Wissen verändert, dass das Wissen über
perceiving
Rassismus
the change on how knowledge
sich
is created
differenziert und
and
erweitert.
distributed.
Und das ist, glaube ich, ein sehr wichtiger
I
und
think this
sehr
is a very
interessanter Punkt,
important point that was raised
den ich auch in der Weise aufnehmen möchte, dass diese
that I'd
Frage
also like to pick up on
der Repräsentation
when
und der Thematisierung von
questioning
Wissen
the
über Rassismus
representation and the
meines Erachtens
choice
eine
of
wichtige Dimension
topics,
auch politischer
which
Bildung
is
darstellt.
an important dimension
Also
of
politische
political
Bildung, die sich
education,
in
political
zweierlei Hinsicht
education,
kritisch mit
which
der
enables a
Inklusion und
critical
Exklusion von
discourse
Wissen
on
über
inclusion and
Rassismus auseinanderzusetzen
exclusion
hat.
of the
Erstens
discussion of
als Teil
racism. On the one
des
hand, as
Bildungsangebotes, das
part of
politische
the
Bildung zu leisten hat, also eine Rekonstruktion
types
der
of
Formen, in
education
denen
formats that
Wissen
we offer
über
in political
Rassismus
education on
im
racism
öffentlichen Raum,
in
im wissenschaftlichen Raum,
public
im
space
kulturellen
and
Raum
scientific space and cultural
zugelassen und
space,
nicht zugelassen wurde.
and
Wir sind ja mit
political
Bezug auf den
education that was
deutschsprachigen Raum in einer
enabled and
Situation, in
not
der
enabled
eine über
or
lange
disabled,
Zeit, wir können vielleicht sagen Jahrzehnte währende
and
Zeit
we're in a
der
discussion where
Weigerung, Rassismus zu thematisieren und
for
damit das
decades
Wissen über
people were
Rassismus
and
Wir sind im
differentiation.
deutschsprachigen Raum ja in einer Zeit, in der
In
sich das zu ändern
German-speaking
beginnt. Und wir
countries,
sehen dies
this
auch im
is
Rahmen politischer
just
Bildung,
about to
die
change.
versucht, eben Räume zu
We
schaffen,
also see that
in
our
denen das
our
Wissen um
government of the
Rassismus,
Federal
das auch
Republic of
dem Körpern
Germany
eingeschriebene Wissen um
is
Rassismus, das heißt
aiming
das Wissen
at
um gesellschaftliche
widening
Realität,
the
Räume der
spaces
Artikulation
for
öffnet. Also mir scheint
articulation
diese
and discourse on
Auseinandersetzung mit
racism. So I think
der
the discourse of
Exklusivität und Inklusivität
exclusivity and
sozusagen des Wissens, und das ist wirklich
inclusivity
ein
of
wesentlicher
the knowledge
Bestandteil
of racism is a
politischer Bildung zu
fundamental
sein, in
part
der
of
jetzt eben
political
auch eine
education.
Richtung, zugleich aber
And at the
selbstverständlich
same
auch in
time,
einer anderen Richtung, nämlich in der Richtung,
regarding a
dass politische Bildung
different
sich damit etwas
direction,
befassen hat,
where political
wie
education
Akteure politischer
necessarily has
Bildung,
to deal
Institutionen,
with
Organisationen
how
politischer
political
Bildung,
actors and
Traditionen politischer Bildung,
organizers of
die sich
traditional or
beispielsweise
conventional
in Lehrbüchern zu politischer
political
Bildung, in
education, such as we
Förderprogrammen
see in
zu
school books
politischer Bildung und so
or
weiter finden, wie Akteure und Traditionen
programs,
politischer Bildung
how those
Wissen
actors
über
and
Rassismus,
traditions
spezifisches Wissen und allgemeines Wissen um
shape
Rassismus nicht
knowledge of
zugelassen haben und
racism and
insofern
how they
politische Bildung
disabled
Bestandteil
this
eines
knowledge,
Regimes oder eines Systems
being
oder eines
a part
Diskurses oder einer
of a
Ideologie ist,
regime or of a
im
discourse
Gestus des Antirassismus rassistische Realität dethematisiert.
aiming at
Ich
being
spreche das
anti-racist but
auch deshalb an, jetzt nicht
enabling
nur um die Zeit
racist
einigermaßen sinnvoll
approaches.
zu nutzen, bis
I
Vassilis
like
Zahnausfall
to
trifft,
use
sondern
my
auch um
time
ein
here
wichtiges Anliegen dieser
until
Tagung
Vasilis
aufzunehmen,
arrives
nämlich
to
eine Auseinandersetzung mit
describe an important
Rassismen,
goal of our
die
conference here, which
Körper
is
konstituieren, Rassismen, die
shedding
Körper
light on
übernehmen,
racism
Rassismen, die auf
constituting
Körper zugreifen
bodies,
und Körper konstellieren, mit Bezug auf den
constituting
Raum
bodies
Europas
in
zu
relation of the
ermöglichen,
space in Europe.
eine Auseinandersetzung, die bedeutsam für politische Bildung
And
ist.
we aim at shaping a discourse that
Wir werden immer wieder
is
im Laufe
meaningful
dieser
for
Tagung
the
auf
political
das Thema
approach
oder die
or
Dimension
political
politische Bildung zu sprechen
education.
kommen,
We will
machen
talk
das
about the
in jedem
political
Fall
dimension
explizit
of
und
political
ausdrücklich
education.
am Ende
We
der
will
Tagung
do
morgen am
so
dritten Tag
tomorrow on our third
mit
day of
natürlich
our
in einer
conference, at the end of our conference,
Abschlussreflexion die
wrapping
Erträge
up our
sozusagen
conference in a
der
final
Diskussion dieser
conclusion,
Tagung nochmal
picking up on
explizit
our
mit
contributions
Bezug
and
auf politische
explicitly
Bildung
referring
festhalten
to
und
political
reflektieren und
education,
freuen uns
reflecting
sehr,
on
dass
this,
wir
and we are
für
very
diese
much
Reflexion
very
zwei
delighted
Kolleginnen gewonnen haben.
to
Karima Ben
team up
Brahim.
with Karima
Karima
Ben
Ben
Amin,
Brahim ist Leiterin
head
der
of
Informations- und
the Information and
Dokumentationsstelle gegen
Documentation
Rassismus in
Department against
NRW
racism in
und eine
North
wichtige
Rhine-Westphalia,
Akteurin
an
politischer
important
Bildung
actor
im
of
deutschsprachigen
political
Raum.
education in
Karima
the
Ben Brahim
German-speaking
und Anja Besant. Anja
regions,
Besant
and
ist
also our
Professorin
colleague
für
Anja Besen,
die
professor
Didaktik der
for
politischen Bildung an der
didactics
TU
of
Dresden
political education at the Technical University of Dresden,
Kollegin, die
a
seit
colleague
vielen Jahren sich intensiv
that has
auseinandersetzt mit
been
politischer
dealing
Bildung
with
mit
political
Bezug auf
education for many years in relation
Rechtsextremismuskritik,
to
Rassismuskritik.
critics
Wir
on
hatten
the far right
Karima gewinnen können, gewissermaßen als Beobachterin der gesamten Tagung zu
and
fungieren.
critics on
Das tun sie
racism. We are
seit
very
gestern, wird
delighted
es heute
to
tun
have
und auch
both
morgen.
of
Und wir
them
werden
on
sozusagen
board.
alle
They jumped
Regungen
in yesterday,
aufgreifen,
and we
Impulse
will pick up
aufgreifen,
on their
die von den Diskussionen,
remarks
von den Beiträgen für
shaped
politische
by
Bildung heute
discussions and
in einem
contributions on political
abschließenden
education.
Panel werden
And
wir somit die
in a
gesamte
concluding
Tagung
panel,
noch einmal
we will
gemeinsam
reflect on
rekapitulieren mit Blick
our
auf die Impulse, die diese
conference
Tagung für
regarding the
politische
impulses
Bildung
for political
Gegenwart und
education
Zukunft zur Verfügung stellt.
in a contemporary
Gut,
and
jetzt bin
future
ich den
context.
morgigen Tag
Now,
gesprungen,
I already
springe aber zurück
jumped
in den
over to
heutigen
the
Tag
day of
und
tomorrows,
das
but I'll
hier
now move
und
back to
jetzt. Wir
today.
werden uns heute in
Today,
3 Panels
we are going to
mit dem Thema
focus on 3
Rassismen
panels dealing
und
with the topics of
Körper
racism and bodies.
auseinandersetzen unter unterschiedlichen
including different main perspectives, which are the following. For the panel starting at 10:15, technologies, the colleagues will deal with the question of which technologies differentiating the human and the space, technologies differentiating between different ways of belonging, and legitimate and illegitimate subjectivity, and recognized and depreciated presence, and also in terms of mobility, asking ourselves which technologies in Europe and in our European borders are constituent. On the one hand, something as we could describe as doing Europe, and on the other hand, being also important to the production, reproduction, but also transformation of racist topics. So the first panel is going to deal with the relation of body and race from a perspective of the discourse of different technologies. Around 12 a.m. we will have a lunch break and get back together at 1:30 p.m. The panel after the lunch break is going to deal with experiences of racism in a corporal context. It's a dimension which seems to be a general structural factor. We also see the effectiveness of racist corporal differentiation of humans in terms of race and thinking, racial thinking and categories. But people perceive this effectiveness in a very different ways. Be it as disregard or as recognition, as enabler or disenabler. So this panel is going to deal with different forms on how racism is perceived, but also how racist regimes are reproduced. After a short break, we will then move on to the third panel today, dealing with the topic of racism and bodies in the context of border regimes, finding important correlations with border studies, borders differentiating between bodies, inventing bodies, political and technological culture borders that have to be created and legitimized. Creating, producing and legitimizing borders in relation to the European space and the technological, military and imaginary construction of the Europe, which will be discussed in our last panel today. I am very much looking forward to today and to the three panels that I just described. As you all know, our annual conference of the Council for Migration is embedded in a culture and art festival that started on Monday and will conclude this weekend. I'd like to invite you to watch the events. We have a whole different range of workshops, readings offered by colleagues, art exhibitions, and so on. Do have a look at the agenda and see whether there might be an event that you might be interested in. All of the events accessible will be offered digitally. I like to point out today's reading, which is scheduled after our conference, aiming at connecting to our conference. It's called The Dark Germany, an imaginary reading of Katharina Rana. She will explore East German histories, experiencing them and transferring them into language, shedding light on East German history and German contemporary or the contemporary Germany. I'd like to invite you to the readings of the Council for Migration, in cooperation with the Deutsche Hygienemuseum and the Civic Agency for Political Education. All right then, hoping that Vasilis is going to arrive in the next minutes, inaugurating the panel for racism and technology. I'd like to wrap up this introduction with a brief quote that many of you will know from the book Dark Skin, White Race, a quote that stems from the French language and was transferred to the German language by Eva Moldenhauer. I'd like to wrap up this introduction by a quote of the first lines of this book I just described. According to my opinion, this is a great motto for many things when debating racist reality or social reality in this perspective. And I think it's also a great motto for our discourse here dealing with racism and bodies. Let me quote. The explosion is not going to take place today. It's too early or too late. I'm not arriving with weapons and with the truth. At the same time, I think feeling very cheerful. Some things have to be said, but I'm not going to scream. Screams have gone away from my life, and the screaming is far away. That's the end of the quote, and I'd like to conclude this day and like to ask for your patience until we have everything ready and prepared for the first panel. A brief input from the co-moderation. I'm not quite sure whether you can hear me.
Ich würde erstmal gerne sagen, dass ich hier Vassilis Tsianos so lange vertrete, wie nicht da ist.
Just to let you know that I'll be representing Vassilis Tsianos as long as he hasn't arrived yet. A remark by Sabine Hess. So I'm ready to take over, just to let you know. Great. Thank you very much, Sabine. Thank you very much for taking over or jumping in. I hope that Vassilis is going to arrive safely. Dear audience, we have a brief remark regarding our so-called Mentimeter, because we like to enable a bi-directional communication. We facilitated a YouTube stream, and you may have noticed the QR code here on the screen. When you read it with your smartphone, which is possibly the easiest way to do it, where that will drive you to Mentor, a little space where you may put your questions or comments on the contributions and presentations, and we'd like to invite you to use this tool. And one of our team here of the moderation will then ask these questions in the discussion rounds. Possibly we won't have time for all of the questions, but we'd like to reflect on your remarks and interests in our discussions. For this first panel, I'll be in charge of this tool, and I'd like to thank you for your participation. I'm not quite sure whether we are still in the break to get prepared, or are we heard already? All right. A very warm welcome on this first panel on race, bodies, and Europe. Thank you very much, Paul, for these kind words of introductions. As you may see, I'm not Vassilis Tsianos. My name is Sabine Hesse. I'm just jumping in for my colleague, who hopefully is already on the way to his desk or screen, but his train was delayed, which is why I am currently taking over. Good morning to our interpreters. Yesterday, we already realized that a bilingual conference means that we shall try to slow down, making sure that our interpreters can cope with the workload and are able to transfer the content for our international audience. A very warm welcome to our bilingual conference. I am honored to open our first panel on racism and technologies, and I'd like to welcome two colleagues, both of them based in Berlin. Dr. Professor Claudia Bruns, good morning. She's professor for historic anthropology and gender science at the Institute of Humboldt University. She focuses on the one hand on body, sexualities, and she used to be a spokeswoman of the graduated colleague called Gender as a Category of Knowledge and the Center for Transgender Studies at Humboldt University.
Die Erforschung völkischer Bewegungen wie der konservativen Revolution und antisemitischer wie rassistischer, kolonialer Diskurse. An der Schnittstelle sozusagen zwischen Rassismus, Gender und Raumforschung konstituieren sich dann auch ihre Arbeiten und ihr Nachdenken auch über Europas Grenzen und Grenzziehungsprozesse und wie Dimensionen von Race, Gender und Religion auch intersektional hier artikuliert werden und zum Durchbruch kommen.
I would also like to warmly welcome her colleague, Dr. Sebastian Trubeta. She is a sociologist, received her PhD at the Humboldt University in Berlin, and she is a professor at the University of Applied Sciences in Magdeburg. She used to be a scientific and research assistant at the Freie Universität Berlin and was also part of the Institute of Sociology of ENG University. Her research focuses on migration, refugees, border and camp studies, as well as critical race studies. Here, she is mostly interested in the interconnections of biopolitics, eugenics, and medicalization processes. This is a research focus that she will tell us more about during her presentation. Dear Claudia, you will be the first one to present. Now you talk about borders and that borders require more than barbed wire and forces, but rather a culture and mental discursive focus. And they do require gender, race, and other categories of differences. And you tell us more about embodied objects and bodies in general. I believe that you are now going to talk about this construction process and then in this regard you will talk about borders and boundaries and how they rely on each other and are intertwined. The floor is yours, Claudia. Thank you very much, Sabine and Vasilis, and thank you very much to everyone at the Council for Migration for having me here today. I really appreciate the work of the Council for Migration and also the opportunity that we have now, the chance to talk about this very topical issues that alarm us and that we really have to talk about over the next days. And that is why I do hope that my contribution is a valuable contribution, and I will try to talk about historical facts as well in order to establish a few bridges between present and past. I would also like to say that knowledge is not produced independently of different spaces, but is rather interconnected with spaces. And that is also true when it comes to our knowledge on race hierarchies and genders, so that differently racialized groups had different territorial and social and cultural spaces within or outside of their own nation and Europe itself. A central space effect of racist knowledge production is the bordering process itself, borders between individuals and collectives. Racist discourses therefore have an effect of differentiation because they produce social groups that see themselves as part of a spatial geographical order, and that is true for ghettos, camps, jails, borders, or other apparatuses. While historic bordering studies focus on political nation-state borders, we now see a greater focus on feminist and post-colonial studies that now focus on symbolic bordering being used as reinforcing different borders. And maybe that is even integral for the functioning of borders. Borderings of symbolic order usually result in the effect that we have nation, state, and institutionalized borders that seem to be natural. Without social codes of social classification, borders could not even endure. And in my opinion, this is a very interesting point of view, because if we take it seriously, then this will have an impact on how we think about borders. This also shows that cultural studies obtain the result that it does matter which cultural code we use in order to describe different phenomena. And that means that the power of giving or lending meaning to certain things already is based on that. Media give, or rather offer, different instruments to make it possible for certain groups to understand themselves. The fragmented parts of societies are then translated into the totalitarian aspects of social individuals, and this produces a common sense. This is also seen when we realize that even the personal, individual experiences of every one of us is not independent of cultural experiences. We rely on language, images, and habitus, and that is why racist difference discourses do not only impact the perception of individual bodies, but also the symbolic level of the collective representation. A central intersection between territorial borders and construction of differences can be seen in the narrow relationship between nation body and individual body. This embodies the regional aspects, and bordering processes also is translated into images of human bodies. Geographical spaces, for example, are described as a nation body, and personifications of different parts of the world are also important here. For example, the embodiment of Germany through Germania, or Europe by the goddess Europe that was abducted by Zeus, where she produced 3 children. And since then, this is seen as the embodiment of Europe that really requires its own study and analysis, because the body changes over time and is still seen as a reflection of Europe. To give you just one brief example, if we see Europe here, and it is very old-fashioned and not really up-to-date. We see it here as a hologram on the Euro node, together with different architectures and cartographic images that are also represented through the stars that represent borders here, and that also use religious symbols. For example, Turkey is displaced as not belonging to Europe on this node. So these symbols are interconnected and have an impact on the credibility of Europe and reinforce European borders. Money, as we know, really relies on a symbolic order because the majority of people have to believe in the system so that it works, and at the same time this is highly effective. We can compare this to the borders of Europe that also have an effect on the interior spaces of Europe with invisible borders, with different hierarchies and sanctions, mobility orders up to perceptions that we have of ourselves and others. These abstract collective bodies, as the head of Europe, also have an effect on the metaphorical function and beyond. They can be seen in material, economic, political, and institutional effects. Foucault, as a pioneer of body history, has already talked about the interconnectedness of borders and governing technologies. Governing techniques, as Isabelle Laurel also pointed out, are productive because the border between legitimate bodies and illegitimate bodies are constructed. And that is what racism really is all about when it comes to bordering. I would now like to raise the question, to which extent are constructions of race and gender are part of the construction of European externalized borders, and how do they facilitate the narrative of the borders and contribute to the destabilization of it? I would like to talk about female bodies being used in medieval times, up to images of refugees at the externalized European borders, in order to establish a comparison between the two and then really look into our present time. The different maps we see here, also from medieval times, are images full of meaning and interpretation due to the colors and symbols being used, and they structure the way we perceive our world and also the way intelligence works. The cartographers at the time wanted to show Christian unity of the time, and world maps did not even show different contours and lines. They rather use different symbols or different comments that commented on rivers or allegoric figures and symbols. So when we see how bordering processes or where they actually originated, we realize that symbols and lines were used because at the moment we see lines and borders as something that is a given or natural when it comes to borders and maps. So that I find it very interesting if we look back at the origins of map make and the so-called monsters, but also female figures acted as a double bordering figures and symbols. They were used in concentric circles to display an increase in otherness in this fixed topographical hierarchy and order. That is also true for the so-called Ebsdorf map of the world that originates in the 1300s. The upper part of the map, we see the sin case of Eve and the beginning of the history. The map must be read clockwise, and that is also the way the world was seen and perceived. At the end, we see apocalyptical peoples, because that is the theological way of interpretation here. And at the borders of the map, we see monsters and deformed bodies. The entire world becomes one with the body of Jesus. His head is depicted at the at the top of the map and the feet at the bottom of the map. So the map can be transcended based on the properties that he has as a male body. Jerusalem is the center of the map and also the navel of Jesus. The Ebsdorf map also depicts female bodies when it comes to border situation. The figure of Eve is very central here, and here the arrow depicts the different monsters, and here on the top part we see the here we see the fall of man. This depicts sexuality, death, and other aspects. We see the border between paradise and the and other aspects, because after this fall of man, borders close and there is no way back, and that is why paradise is here enclosed with different borders. This is a similarly transcendic border, but vice versa. Now from bottom to top, the uterus is seen as a contact space for the divine, and this is also the opening towards the other side. Here we see that this is an ability of lineality in the case of Mary. This was positively regarded, and in Eve's case as negatively regarded. This is another popular image of Amazon that killed their male descendants. On the map of Ebsdorf, they are depicted on the border between Asia and Europe, in the Caucasus. That is the so-called north here, and together with the continental border, they are being depicted here on the left-hand side of the border, where the arrow points towards them. This is where we see the Amazons, and the contradictory gender relation also depicts a symbolic way of a gender hierarchy, and also depicted it as a spatial geographical border. The ambivalence of the Amazons was also seen in comparison to other religious figures, and that is where racism comes into play. The one hand, and here you see them, the Amazons, as a close-up. On the one hand side, they were seen in connection to the Ark Noah, but also in terms of a new beginning for the just and the good, but they are also seen in connection to the bad, the incarcerated, monstrous peoples that are depicted here. The Gog and Magog peoples were seen as being made to fight against the good and the just. But this battle was then won by God, and also depicted as the as John's apocalypse or Armageddon. According to legend, they were then incarcerated in the mountains so that they could not enter the world. And that is why they were also called the Inclusi. Over the course of time, they were identified with different dangerous groups, for example, the Mongolian, Saracens, and Jewish people as the lost tribe of Judaism, and by doing so, they were equipped with racist properties and features. While Gog and Magog were closed up behind walls and were also depicted as the potentially dangerous. This can be seen as the Amazons trying to defend the border. This is even more visible if you have a look at the map again. Here you see them as cannibalist figures in their incarcerated space, and compared to them we see the Amazons. John Mandeville, in the middle of the 14th century, published a novel which was translated into many different European languages, and that is a very important document of travel literature, and that really pushed forward the imagination of Europeans. Here the Amazons are being described in relation to these monsters, but the monsters are becoming or are being translated into Jewish people that are being locked up behind the mountains and watched over by the Amazons. The Jews of the 10 lost tribes are shut up in these hills. They are called Gog and Magog, and they cannot get out on no side. King Alexander drove them here. No one can escape, and no Jews have no land of their own to live in all the world, except among those hills. Even though they pay tribute to the queen of the Amazons, and she has those hills guarded very well so that they do not cross into her country, which borders those hills. Nevertheless, it sometimes happens that one of them climbs over the hills and gets out, but no great number of them. And the queen of the Amazons has guarded the only path out very carefully. Folk in the country nearby say that in the time of Antichrist, those Jews will sally out and do much harm to Christian men. The Jews will issue out, and the Christians will be under their sway, just as they have been under Christian domination. These opposite gender relations seem to form a protective zone in order to turn around these power relations. And that is why this reminds us on Traffic in Women by Gay Rubin that says that women assume a different position. The Amazons represent this opposite gender representation, and it is closer to this protective and defensive function. A masculinized, mythical female figure is closer to it than a Jewish man that is seen as even more potentially threatening. That is why we understand that Jewish women and Amazons are positioned on borders to defend Europe against Jewish influences, and so Jewish women are seen as these figures, and they still had to defend that. We can also talk about turning point figures. That brings me to the present time. The way that migrant female figures are represented in media still shows these historic patterns of interpretation. In August 2012, European media talked about the death of Samia Yusuf Omar, who died when trying to cross the European external borders. She took part in the Olympic Games in Beijing in 2008 and wanted to train for the London competition, which was very difficult in Somalia, which was affected by the civil war. And that is why she decided to cross the border on foot. she entered a small boat that ran out of fuel on the open sea, and when the Italian Coast Guard tried to rescue the boat, 7 people died, and Samir was among them. 4 months later, the public was informed about her death as a former Olympic Games winner made her case public, and only now the European public was informed about it. 1 year earlier, the Tatort series tried to talk about the illegal crossings of the border and the death and resulting deaths of migrants and refugees. Here we see a Togolese woman depicted by Flores Casumbra. We see her here in a retrospective on a small boat, the Tunisian border. A German Frontex mission was responsible for the boat capsizing. She's the only survivor, and her dead child is among those who died. She swears to take revenge and finally gets to Germany. She is then being accused of being responsible of the death of a Frontex member. Thousands of Germans, millions of Germans saw this episode, and they all agreed that we needed to analyze the conflicts and miseries on the European external borders further. This figure here actually dies at the end of the episode. Both female figures, real and fiction figures, are depicting females that cross borders. Samir was able to be depicted in the European media due to her death, a death she shares with many other thousands of people that have not attracted the same amount of media attention. The female figure used in the Tatort episode is also one way of interpreting the way these women are marginalized. They embody the bad conscience of Europe, not least by using the Christian icon, the Mother of God, Mary, that is sad for her son having died. And still, the holiness of the protagonist is lost in the ambivalence depiction here. She is not only an innocent divine figure, but also a sinner as Eve, the warning Cassandra that does not know any other goal than the revenge of the death of her child, which she does, and that makes her become a suspect that needs to die at the end of it. Her shaved head and her strict facial expressions make her seem as an Amazon. This is supported through the cinematographical effects. For example, the sea protective or maritime officer both females show that by the way they are represented in the media have transgressionate positions. They are able to transcend the border into Europe. However, they're not able to really become a part here or even be integrated. The fictive figure is able to travel to Germany and take revenge for the death of her child. The political reasons for her asylum application and her travel to Germany or Europe are not mentioned at all. Only the fact that her maternity was injured is the only reason for her actions. In both cases, female figures are used in order to invoke the passion of the audience and the compassion of them. This is also the case when we see the 2015 Alan Cour, a 3-year-old Alan Cour who died. And we've all seen his picture depicted in a red T-shirt across the media worldwide, and that really invoked international compassion. Female figures in combination with children negotiate transcending borders. If we compare this with the typical documentary images of so-called boat refugees or migrants in different camps, we realize that when we have the threatening other, we see male figures, adults without a history, without a background, depicted behind fences and barbed wires. They're depicted as the other. Such a male codified counter-fiction is reinforced through pictures of violence, which we've recently seen at the Belarus-European border. These images seem to depict the racified others as a threatening mass or an anonymous flow of people, and that legitimizes border control measures. The frontier mythical approach shows that the white man of transgressing borders, and that is something that is seen as a positive and is becoming a part of his identity. Samia Yusuf Omar, the sportswoman, the athlete, here we see that we have colonial, post-racist images. We see that people are sad that the athlete was not able to become part of Europe. That is also true for her colleague that was successful in Europe. She also rejected the local regime, and that made her become an identification figure of Europe that is trying to stand out from this Muslim regime. The anti-Muslim resistance that she was related to, and to use the words of Butler, this was a loss and damage of her death, and that is why people mourned her. The mass of male refugees is seen as the black and racified others, as a social threat and competitors to workers in Europe, as a way towards criminality and people that police officers can only touch by using gloves or facial protection. And that is why here we see images of medieval times. Female figures are used as transit and intermediary figures, the trophies in the conflicts between rivalized male figures, and they become paradigm figures of the media. The black woman is still caught in the ambivalent perception of the Amazon, especially at the border and transit areas. She has to embrace the function that is being addressed to her. I will now try to round off my presentation with some final remarks. So we realized that borders and medieval maps were depicted through symbols and comments. Only hundreds of years later, we see that borders are being depicted as frontiers and lines or contours. Symbols have been a constitutive feature for reinforcing bordering processes. Racist and gender-related coding of borders were also importing that deviated from gender hierarchies at the margins of our society. They were depicted as otherness that was used in the topographical exterior. In present times, migrating females were also used to connect this with a high emotional ambivalence, and they represent processes, opening processes, and processes of closing down countries due to high dangers that were associated with them. The racialized others were seen as something that needed to be integrated, but also something that needed to be pushed out of the countries. Perhaps this process can be described by Isabelle Reret as a kind of immobilization in which immunization, where migrant women have a similar function compared to the Amazons, a partial integration with the overall goal of the isolation of these groups that are imaginized as even more threatening. And that makes up a symbolic border towards Black men that are not accepted and that are being pushed out, that normalizes the border as a frontier. A symbolic border that is widely accepted, according to Christopher Bay, makes it possible for it to become a social boundary of institutionalized borders. Images of everyday spatial perceptions, as well as algorithms of surveillance technologies, then form a common sense that make it normal for people to die when crossing or transcending the border. That makes borders the selection machines that select between those who die and those who live, and in a way of a natural selection process. Those who are the undeaths are part of a Europe that has to be afraid of itself, and that is why this Tatort episode really focused on these issues. We have high potential of violence here. In order to use the words of Ansaldúa, the border materializes in those bodies that it tries to transcend them. If this is embodied here, we see even more implications, but the ambivalent position of female figures can be seen as an epistemological position with a potential to transform normal ways of producing knowledge, with a knowledge that this can be seen as a bodily experience. This is inspired by the feminist philosopher, and this produces a cultural code, but also the immediate bodily experience of the self through racification, abuse, or dehumanization. And without the epistemological contribution of border thinking, this is an awareness that the incorporated injuries and experiences are used to rethink the racist common sense. Borders were not only seen as nation-state borders, but also to materialistic practices and discursive productions of meaning. These are seen as the interfaces between countries and borders, where we see constructions of differences as a spatially organized zones of mobile arrangements. A note from the interpreter: the speaker reads out her text, which we have not received beforehand. I will try to keep on doing my best, but it is very hard because she's reading out a very dense text. The interpreters apologize. This can also produce paradox and multi-interpretive effects. Maybe in order to round it off, we could also look at the pictures here from the border between Poland and Belarus, where borders are being represented by bodies, mostly male bodies, and their vulnerability can be seen because they are depicted together with their children, and that once again lets us see this historical figure here of Mary with Jesus. And maybe that is perhaps that is a very good way of showing the different image strategies that are being used here in Europe. Maybe that would be one thing we could discuss about in our panel discussion. Thank you very much.
Vielen Dank, Claudia.
Thank you very much, Claudia. I have to say, I did not only enjoy your presentation, I'm also very moved and touched by the story of the girl that you talked about and the intersectionality and visualization of the narrative of the refugee. Thank you very much. The last picture was also one that with or without Christian education is a picture that you really have to digest, to put it in that. Thank you. Let's move on with Sabine. Thank you very much, by the way, for your patience and for your flexibility today. Let's move on with a colleague that I very much appreciate and that I already know from other collaborations, and she will sorry to interrupt you, I had already presented her. All right, I didn't know. Okay, thank you. So all we have to do to say, Sebasti, the floor is yours. Thank you very much for your presentation too. Let me say thank you to the organizers of this conference and the very warm and kind invitation. It's an honor to be part of this panel and this discussion, and I'm very much looking forward to the discussion and our today's exchange. I'll share my screen. But it's the host in charge of sharing the screen. Could you help me with that?
Ja, aber ich erzähle noch, wie Sie das. Okay, gut. Also jetzt bin ich Co-Host. Okay, danke. Super. Genau. Und genau. Also ja, ich werde heute in dieser ganz tollen Runde über nee, das wollte ich noch nicht.
Today, I'll talk about the medicalized racism in the context of migration. Let me define what I mean by saying this. But before starting with my introduction, I'd like to point out that what I'm presenting today is based on my contribution of this conference brochure that I'll show to you. The book called Medicalizing Borders, Selection, Containment and Quarantine since 1800, published in April 2021 this year at the Manchester University Press. During we did not put together this book during the pandemic, but it rather dates back to a conference that took place at the Freie Universität Berlin in 2017.
Genau. Und was werde ich mal heute hier präsentieren? Was stelle ich zur Diskussion?
What am I presenting today? I'd like to talk about a special form of racism in the context of migration, and I call it medicalized racism. Let me explain to you what I mean by this.
This form of racism deals with the fact that migrants are depicted as dangerous carriers of infectious diseases. And that also is associated with moral panicking. I'm only going to give you one example, not from 2021, not from 2015, as you might expect, but actually from 2014 in August. Bild Yellow Press newspaper in Germany published an article with many pictures saying 100,000, not people, not refugees, but just 100,000 have been traveling to Lampedusa, bringing the infectious disease Ebola to Europe. In my opinion, this is highly interesting when it comes to moral panicking. If you read through the article, then you will find out that the headline is actually misleading and that this is not the case, and that the news that was distributed through social media, the reporter was actually sued and tried in court, but that only appeared at the very end of the article. That was my brief introduction for my presentation. I would like to start by quoting the renowned medical journal, The Lancet Commissions, in its edition from 2018. And I quote, and you can see that in my presentation, "Suspicion against migrants as carriers of disease is probably the most pervasive and powerful myth related to migration and health throughout history. Not in 2018 or the so-called summer of migration in 2015, but throughout the entire history. In fact, starting in 2015, international and transnational health organizations started using this issue and especially wanted to point out that migrants did not carry infectious diseases with them. So they tried to counteract this moral panicking. However, the issue is not a contemporary issue, the association of diseases and migration. As the Lancet says, it is the most pervasive and powerful myth throughout the entire history of men. I would only like to give you two very interesting examples that depict what I just mentioned. The first example is something you may always be familiar with. The medical inspections at borders when it comes to Ellis Island from 1852 to 1954. So for 100 years, this was a point where different migrants were inspected, where they arrived. And here we know that different health inspections were carried out, police was involved, but also other areas, for example, science, academia, physical anthropology, race sciences and race studies. Through the anthropological inspections and medical exams, these migrants were analyzed and categorized, were racially categorized and classified. The second example, which is perhaps less well known compared to Ellis Island, is the following. The Mexican migrants and immigrants in the United States of America with ritualized cleaning results. Many researchers and scholars have analyzed these examples, so I simply wanted to mention them and really mention different scholars for their interesting research. Molina, an important scholar in this respect, raised the question. She's an historian and has analyzed different historic areas and periods, and she realized that race did not even appear in some periods of time, or when it came to these rituals of cleaning immigrants or segregation of Mexican immigrants based on the argument, and I'm not saying prejudices, but rather arguments that are being used in order to show that they carry infectious diseases with them. So she raises the question whether this is a form of colorblind racism, discussion that we see mostly in the United States of America as well. I would like to proceed to the next slide in order to raise three different theses from our publication, and they can be a great basis for my presentation. First of all, medicine at borders. Alison Bashford has carried out very well-known studies that involved mostly history scholars. This is about inclusion and exclusion using medical technologies at the borders. And that is something my previous speaker mentioned. A machine for sorting or selection. So it was seen as a mechanism for selecting different immigrants. So measures for the prevention of infectious diseases, that is not an exclusion technology, but rather a border technology used in order to manage the porosity of borders. Borders and measures for preventing diseases are selection mechanisms. The so-called filtering system, according to Etienne Balibar, is seen as different historical contexts. And this also relates to the typical quarantine in the 19th century. This was not about excluding people, but rather about trying to managing the porosity of borders. The association of immigrants with diseases, poverty, and crime was important. This was not only about diseases as this single argument, but it was also coupled with arguments relating to crime, danger, and poverty. So all these things were interconnected. This is also about the stigmatization that draws internal borders through society. So those who transcend or transgress the borders are stigmatized, that they could be potential carriers of infectious diseases. I would like to briefly explain what medicalization actually means. Looking at the time, I will try to be brief and succinct so that we have more time for our discussion, but I'd rather like to focus on the term medicalization and Michel Foucault, that since the beginning of the 18th century, medicine was seen as the queen of sciences, according to Foucault, that has shaped the ideas of society. If we talk about medicalized racism, then I'm not talking about medical racism, but medicalized racism, and that is the great difference here. This is not the racism of doctors, physicians, medical scholars, but this is rather racism based on the idea that we have the medicalization. These ideas have led to the fact that societal norms have been formed. And in order to give you an example, I would like, for example, let's talk about poverty or prostitution. This was seen as a social disease, especially in the 19th and 20th century, up until the Second World War. Prostitution was regarded as a social disease, as a threat to the entire society. And very frequently, this was a reason for sterilizing these female bodies. Moving on, in modern times, medicine-related ideas and models of explanations were part of different societal areas and also formed the way that different stakeholders in society thought, so their patterns of thinking. The arguments I used are based on the narratives of migrants and refugees as potential carriers of infectious diseases and their treatment as such. This is a logic that is codified in a racified or racist way. It uses the biomedical perception of disease and the presumption of the existence of endemic infectious diseases in regions of the global south and exoticizes these infectious diseases. So what is the exoticization of infectious diseases? Exotic places are distant places that are not distant in a way that we usually associate with a geographical distance, but rather when it comes to civilized disparities of more or less developed regions in the world. They are exotic and backward. And an othering process in which the idea of the exotic, of distant places and its inhabitants are not only about the difference, but also their backwardness. And the last point is the comparison and contradiction between here and there, the backward there and the very advanced here.
habe diesen Gegensatz hier mal dargestellt.
I try to illustrate this contradiction between exotic diseases and modern medicine on the one and other hand. When it comes to exotic diseases, for a long time, these exotic diseases actually disappeared in our modern societies due to the advances of medicine. And backwardness is something that appears in countries with a weak health infrastructure that really rely on humanitarian help and medicine. So we see that these infectious diseases are still endemic in these lesser developed countries. And here in the more civilized world, in quotation marks, we see that these diseases are an indicator for the grade or degree of civilization. Looking at these contrasts between here and there, we see that this is very dangerous as they become blurred, because even if exotic diseases are endemic in these countries, then they are still seen as a threat for rich countries because of the mobility that interconnects different parts of the world and because of the porosity of borders that really eliminates the security between these two groups.
Exotische Krankheiten ist kein Begriff von mir.
Exotic diseases is not a term that I have coined. I try to find a definition from the online Britannica definition. Here we have a list of different exotic diseases, and mostly what is pointed out is that exotic diseases are so dangerous because they can affect anyone. This is a virus that originates in Africa, but it can appear suddenly in Italy, and that is no coincidence. So they can emerge in other countries. For example, Italy's parasites that used to be restricted to Latin America and that had disappeared in Europe or did not even emerge there in the past, now emerge in Europe or even Japan. So they may emerge there. Why? Because of increased mobility. And something that I find very important is the denomination that we have in exotic invaders that carry with them these virus. So they are exotic and they are invasive invaders. We have the power of metaphors. By using this quotation, I wanted to show how exotic diseases are depicted and how metaphors are being used, because this is not racist language, but rather we see war language and a rhetorics that really reminds us of bioterrorism. We have an association between two threats, from bioterrorism and from these invasive migrants from the global south. We see that the association is being produced in different ways. And here I would like to quote Philippe Sarrazin, an historian, his publication Anthrax. And in his book, he says that this is something that happens over and over again in history, that this is not a contemporary phenomenon, but rather a widely distributed and very well established pattern of explanation that shows that the emergence of infectious diseases is related to migration. And what is new is that this is also associated with anti-terrorism. He says that this is very powerful. This can relate to terrorists, but also to migrants that are now trying to invade Western societies. And what he says is that this only appears in two different forms, or takes two different forms, as the infected or infecting immigrant, or as a terrorist that always tends towards bioterrorism. That means, in contrast to immigrants, the terrorists cause an infection willingly and deliberately and menacingly. I know that is not news to anyone here, so we see that the interesting point here really is not only the association of bioterrorism, but for another reason, and that is something I also use in my research and publication, and also to introduce my following argument, which is immigrants cause, just bear with me for one moment, immigrants cause infections unwillingly and unknowingly. The damages caused by migrants was unwillingly caused, but was inevitable at the same time, because the causes are basically based on their pure biological existence. So they are inherent to their bodies. So why do we have this association and representation? I've already mentioned the exotic places and infectious diseases that are endemic to these places. Here we see how endemicity is translated. The endemicity of infectious diseases is translated to the endemicity of bodies of the people living in these exotic places that are present in the Western countries. So this is not only about the endemicity of the infectious diseases in these countries, but rather about the endemicity being translated into the bodies of these migrants that originated in the exotic places. And that is something and that is why these migrants seem to be so potentially dangerous to these Western countries. And the porosity of the borders makes it possible for these invisible pathogenic germs to transcend the borders and then suddenly emerge in Western countries. So the threats to Western countries through these exotic infectious diseases is associated with the invisibility of pathogenic germs. The invisibility makes these pathogenic germs potentially pervasive and transmittable to other people. I would like to show you an example that shows why this is so threatening. This is the migratory background of these people that originate in these exotic places. Even though pathogenic germs are invisible, the supposedly visible migratory background of such people can tell us something about the danger of pathogenic germs due to different characteristica or features such as name, color of skin. So the endemicity of an infectious disease of a place is then translated to these migrants. And we see that the very effective idea of ancestry naturalizes and objectivizes the threat by exotic diseases. This naturalization and objectivization of the supposed threat constitutes two features of racism. The exotization of exotic infectious diseases works in a similar way as naturalized culture in neo-racism does. It can be seen as something very similar, as a way in which individuals and groups are then integrated in a genealogically a priori into an unchangeable and untouchable way of their origin. And that is only due to the stigmatized migratory background of such people. In terms of objectivization, I would like to talk about these two different aspects: secondary or racialized racism by Sigmund Paumann. Secondary or racialized racism, the repelling other, is represented as objectively harmful, in either case threatening to the well-being of the residing group. Migrants and refugees from the global south are seen as an objective threat to these so-called host countries. And that is due to their origin from global regions into which exotic diseases were still endemic. So that is the pattern of logic and thinking or of association. This goes also hand in hand with the narrative of the origin of pathogenic germs in the bodies of these people that are hereditary features that are then passed on to the following generations according to the same pattern. And that is the culturalized perception of racism without races, right? So according to the same pattern, these lethal germs can be hidden in different bodies and only emerge after generation of generation again. So the underlying concept of racism now shows that this endemic risk of infection is seen as a hereditary particularity of a large group of people that is based on a collective genealogy. In other words, migrants that have such a background, or rather that have such a supposed background, cannot do anything against it because they cannot change their DNA. That brings me to the end of my presentation. I already mentioned at the beginning of my presentation that I will talk about medicalized racism. This is a racializing and a racist logic that codifies the biomedical perception of diseases, the supposed endemicity of infectious diseases in a world region, and translates this into the endemicity of pathogenic germs of the bodies of the population. And this is enabled through the idea of the concept of descent and the fact that the endemic risk of infection is depicted as a hereditary particularity of a large group of people that is based on a collective genealogy. I am referring to my very first slide here. In my opinion, it was a very important point that was raised by the Lancet Commission, which is that suspicions towards migrants as carriers of infectious diseases is perhaps the most pervasive and most powerful myth in terms of migration and health in the entire history. Because in my opinion, the dynamics of racism pointed out by, and the Lancet did not point out racism, but rather called it the suspicion, I would call it racism, so that this kind of racism is based on the most evasive and powerful ideas of modernity and post-modernity. So basically, we have a racialization and a medicalization of social and global disparities and inequalities. And that is what I call medicalized racism. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Your approach of the medicalized racism and borders is something I can really relate to and impresses me. Paul Weindling, that you've been working with for many years in Germany, is someone we would have loved to have with us today, but unfortunately he was not available today. But his work on omnipresence of border controls as biological police control as part of the pandemic is really interesting. Let's now dig into the discussion. I think we've already received a lot of interesting contributions on the creation of borders and the otherness on an intersectional basis that Claudia also presented. Yesterday we were informed that thanks to the work of Asira, the construction of the border as such is not only part of the control regime of the police, but it's also part of the programmation of the algorithm available. So this border regime allows the controllers of the border regime to treat border and body on a modular basis based on gender, age, and selected information which are then digitized and made available through border technology and power, and are then made available to someone sitting at a Frontex office. So border technologies have a fantastic genealogy that I was not so much aware of. It's impressive to see the connection of anti-Semitism and border technologies. As I was informed today, these technologies are not only part of a realism, but also of drawing borders based on a culture level and offering more reflections, especially your last sentence of you, Claudia.
Solcher Strategien betrifft. Wir wissen auch aus der Geschichte der
know from the history of border controls and medicalization that in history many tricks have been applied to make illness invisible, for example. We've talked about a gender in relation to borders. We could also talk about endemic border bodies. How would you see the connection of medicalized racism and the intersectional connection of border and gender when producing border-related control technologies? What do we have to take into account when analyzing this? Sebastian, what's your opinion? I'm wondering how to answer this question. First of all, some tricks of migrants that were mentioned, trying to reach preliminary residence status by faking illnesses, which is a totally different aspect, and that we discuss as medical humanitarianism. But it's a totally different aspect that I did not illustrate. But the interface here is important. The body that involves many different perspectives. You show your suffering body to prove that you deserve to stay somewhere, even if it may only be for a short time. And I like to relate to the contribution of Ms. Bruns when she said, I don't quite remember their names, Amira from Somalia, yeah, the runner, yeah. So basically, it wasn't so much about whether she actually left the country and what she went through, and that she actually had reasons to want to live somewhere else. It's rather about her suffering, which is something that Marquis already said in the 90s. It's about the sheer existence that needs to be or deserves to be protected. Something that we see in the medical humanitarianism, the meaning of the body. I'm not quite sure on how to compare this to endemicity and illness in bodies. When someone proves, for example, that he or she has a virus in his or her body, That's no reason for someone to get a resident status. It's rather the contrary. So I don't see any interface there. There's rather a difference that I see. Thank you. Something I'd like to add here. There was a second TV broadcast, well, a movie broadcasted on German television as part of the crime series. And there's a second edition that might be interesting for you on Ebola and the situation in Africa, where you can see that people were left alone with their situation and that people were brought to Europe with that were suffering from Ebola, and it was put in the context of refugees and migration. And then there was this were these huge groups of experts totally wrapped up in their protection clothing, as we know those pictures from pandemic times nowadays, and where it's also discussed on what's still allowed, what's allowed to be said, and where's the border of the so-called sayable and realities of lesbian couples, where one of them died and the other one goes back to her husband. Well, what I'm trying to say here is that we're talking about a lot of different realities where racism is promoted, and those pictures are striking. And then Trupeta's presentation on anti-Semitism and the history of the Holocaust being a parallel, a sad parallel reality having to do with the pest where Jews were made responsible for, and those killing weapons in the framework of medical stereotypes that were reproduced or produced on Jews. And there's a parallel story talking about black racism, or the racism against the black community, where there's a huge debate in Germany, as we see many different forms of racism and how can they be analyzed on a conceptual level.
Annullierungen, die dann vielleicht mit so Gleichsetzung einhergehen. Jetzt gerade mit dem aktuellen Historikerstreit, wo es ja auch um diese Verbindung geht zwischen
I've been discussing with a historian on whether colonial genocide can be compared with the current situation, which I find very exciting because we have mutual.
Das ist auch die Quintessenz, die Vorläuferquintessenz der sogenannten
correlations here.
Ich hätte eine letzte Frage an dich.
I have a last question for you, Claudia.
Du hast, also erstens, es ist sehr erfreulich zu erfahren, dass ich nicht der einzige Fan von Tatort bin.
It's crazy to see that I'm not the only Tatort fan. Tatort is the German crime series broadcasted on German television, and which used to be a very important medium when talking about racism in the media. The mutual immunization was something that I related to
Also der gegenseitigen Übertragung jetzt auf die Gegenwart, der gegenseitigen Immunisierung, so wie du es dargestellt hast, innerhalb einer racialen
within
Ordnung der Grenzziele,
one
nämlich
racial
die gute
order and
Migrantin,
border order,
die humanitarisierten Migranten
the
und der
humanitarianized
nicht
migrants
gute
on the one hand,
männliche
and the
Migrant,
so-called
der
bad
Hinweis. Und
male
gleichzeitig
migrant on the
würde ich das
other
verbinden
hand.
mit
And
einer
I like to
Zeit, mit einer
relate
pessimistischen
this
Zeitdiagnostik
to a
von demjenigen, der
pessimistic
das Konzept der Immunität, das was du sicher in Diskussion gebracht hat, nämlich Esposito
outline
und zum Teil auch
of
Agathe.
the discussion
Die beiden Autoren, und damit komme ich,
of
will
two
ich das auch mit dir,
authors,
Sebastian, verbinden. Wir
and
kommen
that
auch
I'd like to relate to what you
die
said,
Kontrolle der Migration
Sevasti, when talking about
in Zeiten der Pandemie.
the control
Gerade die beiden
or
Autoren
controlling migration,
im
surveilling
Aspekt der
migration,
gegenseitigen Immunisierungen
and the
zwischen Gender und Race
mutual immunization.
betonen sie
You emphasized
eine sehr pessimistische Perspektive
a very
auf
pessimistic
die Politiken der
perspective
Immunität,
of
als
the
das
politics
absolute
of
Endstadium
immunity,
der
of the final
Biopolitik
end
der
point
Gegenwart.
of the implemented
Wie würdet
contemporary
ihr das,
geopolicy.
erstmal Claudia und vielleicht dann
A question to you, Claudia, and then to you, Sevasti. How would you pick up on that? Just very briefly, to remark that we also have a few questions from the audience, just in case we have time. Thank you, Linda. Well, Sevasti raised her hand too. Sorry, I didn't see you. That was not regarding your question, just a different remark I'd like to make.
Nein, also.
Okay, gut. Genau. Ja, weil wir gerade über
As we've just been talking about movies or crime series, well, I just watched an American film that played at the end of the 50s or 60s, or it was published back then, and that was the time of the Cuban Revolution, and the film dealt about the US where a virus was proliferated, and everyone tried to find out where it originated from, and until everyone found out that it was a woman who had traveled from Cuba to the USA, which illustrates the so-called threat imaginated by the public that comes from migration. I saw something that I found interesting in the PowerPoint presentation of Mrs. Bruns. There was a slide where you are saying that there were 5 journalists in 2011, together with a person whose life had just been saved, and they're standing in the middle of a beach, and 3 people around them. One seems to be a border control officer, because we can see his uniform and a mask, a face mask, and the other 2 don't wear anything. And this is something that I noticed during my field study in 2017, and later on, how differently threat is perceived by different actors involved. This may also explain why international organizations and actors or experts, as they are addressed, always point out saying that the threat is inexistent, but it's perceived in a very different manner by the society, and it shows how dynamic this imagination is when we talk about humans, bodies and borders. It didn't relate to your second question, but I found it important to remark in this context. Would you like to include the other questions? With pleasure. All right, let me read out the questions briefly to Claudia Bruns and to Sevasti Trubeta. Let me start with Claudia Bruns. She was asked to define the term of queering as you used it with a person that was shown at a border holding a child in front of him, holding a child in his arms and placing it in front of him. And a further question related to a last picture in your presentations. Someone is asking why these men are consciously posing with those children and whether they are referring to the Christian values. Don't you just think that the man just held a child that was unable to walk by itself? And a little remark by Frank van der Velden. When interpreting those Christian postcards in the 3rd century, that saying after the 3rd century, black people had already been present in European societies. And questions to Sevasti Trubeta. First of all, remark regarding the policy of the of the government of the state of Saxony. 2 years ago, the right-wing party AfD demanded sanitary teams to investigate migrants, to secure the health conditions of the German government, and a different question on defining porosity of the borders. What do you mean by this? What are you referring to? These were the questions to the audience.
Shall I start? Well, queering, regarding the first question, I just really raised this thought quickly, but I wanted to say is that we have the iconographic image of Virgin Mary with her child, and that this is used for female migrant figures in order to increase their acceptance in our post-colonial contexts. And I thought that this was an interesting development that is being translated to male figures. So either they identified with Madonna. I'm not really implying that this was a deliberate decision the man had taken to pose with a child, but rather that this picture was taken on purpose and that the child really does play a central role in this picture, which reminds of other pictures that want to raise or invoke compassion. And perhaps that might have been a reason for the father to hold the child in such a way. Perhaps he only did that by coincidence, or to show, well, we are only human beings as well. We have children that we need to protect, so we're not monsters as you want others to believe. And I wanted to say that this is a role that was in the past attributed to women. So I found this an interesting development, especially when we look at the border that was embodied by the actual bodies of the men, and that they are confronted by armed men, armed soldiers or officers. And this also associates with or relates to the images of fatherhood and perhaps queer elements, perhaps not. So that was only my personal opinion against the backdrop of the iconographic developments in the past. And what I said about the cartographic maps and the monstrous others is that with monstrous others, we're not used in order to depict only black people, but also, for example, Turkish people, which I found interesting. Blackness was only regarded as something negative at the end of medieval times, and then there was a racialization of skin colors that had been coined by Christianity due to negative connotations, but it hadn't been racialized. The Holy Three Kings, which were then later associated with skin colors, had the same skin color in medieval times, and this only changed when continents were more different and had more pronounced differences. So that's what I wanted to say regarding to the two questions.
Thank you very much for the questions. Just briefly regarding the first question, what really impressed me in that photo was the infant's body. So the infantile body. The childlike body. So I was wondering what the childlike body actually represents, and I'd probably interpret it in a different manner. The child is innocence, it's future. Why wouldn't you let the child go first? You can go against us, but there's our future here, the child, the future of humankind as sometimes interpreted, and innocence. The child is not guilty at all. It's not his fault. And related to the two questions mentioned, porosity, and how I mean it. It means that borders are permeable, they are porous, penetrable. They are permeable not only because migrants or refugees are able to go through invisibly, but also because they had been designed as permeable spaces. And this is not only due to violations of the migrants as such, but also because institutions want them to function like that. I could name a few examples here if you'd like, but I'd also like to pick up the other questions. because we are running late already. This example that happened in Saxony is no singular case, unfortunately, and it's not only the AfD, the German right wing or extreme right party. We can see examples like these in many different European countries. I can name a few where parents stand in front of a school saying that I don't want my children to sit in the same room with the refugees because those refugees they spread diseases. And it does not only originate from the far right, but it's also part of the awareness of normal people, saying that any contact can bring disease or anything else, which are the foundations of racism, the principle of purity, avoiding any sort of mixture, being culturally or biologically, or talking about disease, not only as we saw with the example from Saxony, where the far right called for the medical examination of migrants. It's part of the neo-racism. It's the main idea of racist thinking, saying even though we cannot do anything against the otherness or mixture, we have to make sure that we protect ourselves, and which is very often manifested when talking about disease.
Ich glaube, ihr hättet die Möglichkeit für ein finales großes Wort.
I think you'd have the chance for a final remark, but we don't have enough time. If you'd like to give a final comment, the floor is yours. Otherwise, we can go to the lunch break now. I'd like to say thank you. Also, thank you to our audience and thank you for their questions. Many thanks from my side too. I'd also like to say thank you to Sabine who jumped in, and many thanks to our technical team. Thank you, Claudia, and thank you, Sebasti. I think we'll pick up on our discussion or have a similar discussion in the panel that will be implemented by Sabine and me. Maybe just briefly, I'm still thinking about the child. It represents innocence. That's true, but often, as we saw with Karus Meti, who had the main figure being a child, and this racist framing. So the child alone might be something else than in combination with the male figure. Just
Fragen wir
some
also ein
remarks.
rassistisches oder antirassistisches Bild. Das ist das Thema für eine andere Konferenz.
Yeah, that's would be
Aber
different topic for different
vielen Dank.
conference, the racist or anti-racist topic. Thank you very much for your participation. I'm looking forward to seeing you back again at 1:30.
Vielen Dank nochmal.
Thank you.
Pass auf euch auf, bleibt gesund.
Take good care of yourselves and stay safe. Thank you.
Yeah, hello everyone and welcome back to this English language panel now, the first one in the afternoon and the second topical panel of this conference, Body and Race in Europe. Our first topical panel was on technologies, and now we will speak about experiences of body and race. And we will have another third topical panel later in the afternoon on borders, and tomorrow one on the urban sphere. So these are the four bundles, so to say, that we built for this conference, that we thought most important to speak about when we only really just starting to speak about race in Europe in such a public way, as I think my co-panelists and me, we had a little talk just in advance of this session, and it was their impression that Germany really is only coming to this debate slowly. The more I am happy that I can convene a panel today with three such interesting scholars who contributed already so much to the debate on race in Europe. And yes, I would like to start with a small introduction myself, again, like Paul Mitchell did this, in the morning, with a quote from the scholar Frantz Fanon. This is the English edition. I have the German one here as well. And I really turned to the chapter on experience that is part of this 1952 book by Frantz Fanon. In the English translation, it is a bit misleadingly titled "The Fact of Blackness," but the French and the German title are "The Lived Experience of the Black Man," actually. So it is not about a fact, but it is by a perspective of lived experience. And I think to understand the role of the body in regards to race and racism, it is always translated by the individual experience and the experience of the single person, of the embodied person. And yeah, I have also a background in feminist theory, and from there, I think I shared this with Anna, and I know all speakers on this panel have quite some insight into intersectional perspectives. And so also for the feminist debate, the experience and the materiality of the body have always been really present and pivotal for the idea of how to produce knowledge and how to produce valid knowledge. And in this chapter by Frantz Fanon, the lived experience of the Black man, what he speaks very much in a clearly gendered position of a male and Black male speaker. He describes how, in general, and I'll turn to the page, how in the white world, I quote, "the man of color encounters difficulties in the development of his bodily schema." So below the corporeal schema, he writes, had sketched a historical racial schema. The elements that I used had been provided for me, not by, and here he quotes a school book on how we learn about our body in early 20th century. He quotes residual sensations and perceptions, primarily of a tactile, vestibular, kinesthetic, and visual character. This is not the way I learn about, he writes, I learn about my body, but by the other, the white man, who had woven me out of 1,000 details, anecdotes, and stories. I thought that what I had in hand was to construct a physiological self, to balance space, to localize sensations. And here I was called on for more. So he describes how he, in a white-dominated world, and that is in this case France of the wartime, when he came from the Caribbean to fight the Germans for his mother country, France, and he was so disappointed by what he encountered here in Europe. Fanon describes this experience of the white gaze that we spoke about already, which in many instances is also a male gaze. This was a topic yesterday, but and we wondered in how far it is entrenched into the academic gaze as well. And from this point, I will depart from the quoting Fanon, but jumping to the present and actually jumping to my experiences as a teacher of classical texts of racism studies at a German university. For 3 semesters now, I did this in online classes. And just now I started again to teach in present with actually meeting students. And we already know from some research about online teaching that it has been an advantage for minoritized students, also for women students, female students, to speak online. It has been easier to speak and to share their own thoughts publicly in the classroom when it was an online classroom. And I had this very same experiences with my class, with the students of color who came to my class and who were there in larger numbers. I'm teaching in Frankfurt am Main, which is really a global city with the largest international airport, and it has a history of American military in the town, and it's really a mixed town. And my experience was that students were sharing their experiences of racialization online so much that I was really impressed how many students told about anti-Muslim racism and about anti-Roma racism, and who spoke out freely, what I had never encountered in the academy before. They spoke out and told about their Roma and Sinti families. And it was really an online space where they felt fine to do so, and everyone was listening. And when we now returned to the real classroom, to the real academic building, and meet there with a predominantly white group that is still there, but that had not been visible online, we really have another situation. And one Black woman in class really was so brave to speak out that it was so much more difficult to speak and share your point of view in such a white room when you actually are in the room with those other bodies. So I think it is really about these very, very everyday experiences that, like you can see, we have them in the academic sphere, and it's we had the the discussion yesterday that there was some tendency to take out the academic world from the racialized and racist world. And I think this is already a small example about how, how this is not the case at all. So this is a really, really broad introduction to this field of experience that we want to enter now. And I have invited 3 excellent scholars who have contributed to this field really on expert level. And they are all 3 of them, and I will introduce them individually really before each one will start to speak. And one last thought I have here at this point is what that I wanted to mention with a view to the translated situation that we are in here. So we have this panel in English, and we have the wonderful translators sitting in Dresden who continuously translate our spoken word to the German language, and from there also to the German sign language, which is really an impressive work. And if we were in the room together now, I think we should all give you a hand, but it's not possible in this format. This is so much, I think, for the German situation, a situation of translation and of finding words to describe experiences of race. And for example, we will hear about debates and analysis of whiteness and of blackness in Poland and in Scandinavia, in Sweden and in Belgium. So different, really insightful geographies of Europe. And we will hear about blackness and whiteness, and also about mixed race experiences. And this is still in the field of addressing race and racism in Europe. The field of addressing mixed race is especially silenced until this point, and I'm especially glad so that we could include this field into our debate today. And I find it so important that the German general public learns about all these theoretical branches of studies on race and ethnicity. So I will now introduce to you the first speaker of this panel, and this will be Anna Safuta. Anna and I met years ago because we both share the same doctoral teacher. We both did our dissertations with Helma Lutz at the University of Frankfurt, but Anna even more. Also, she did a binational PhD project also at the University of Leuven in Belgium. And she is now, as a sociologist and postdoctoral researcher, situated at the Collaborative Research Center 1342, Global Dynamics of Social Policy at the University of Bremen. And you yourself mentioned in your short CV, you are Polish, you grew up in Belgium and live in Germany now. So you have an international biography there. And your background is in feminist theory, and you published extensively on the welfare state and care regimes in Middle and Western Europe. And you work on the circulation of people, ideas, and capital between Eastern and Western Europe. And I just wanted to give everyone the titles of some of your papers. I think I start with one, explaining the failure of long-term care reforms in Poland. You published in Social Policy and Administration just this year, right? It's the most recent one. And 2 years ago, you published together with Beatrice Camargo. The more things change, the more they stay the same. The impact of formalizing policies on personalization and paid domestic work, the case of the service voucher in Belgium, in comparative migration studies. And actually, I thought I have to invite you for this panel when I noticed the third paper that I wanted to refer to. And this title is 50 Shades of White, Eastern European Peripheral Whiteness in the Context of Domestic Services Provided by Migrant Women, published in Tideswift for Gender Studies, a Belgian paper. Anna, thank you so much to be here today and share your ideas about peripheral whiteness with us. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Linda. I'm going to start sharing my screen, hopefully better. So yeah, good afternoon. The subject of my talk today will be indeed peripheral whiteness in European racial hierarchies. And I will discuss it on the particular example of the relationships between migrant domestic workers and their mostly native, non-migrant, there's not really a word which is a perfect antonym of migrant, non-migrant employers. So the structure of the presentation will be as follows. I will first ground my findings within the larger literature on race in paid domestic work. I will then explain what data I collected and how I collected it. And we will then move to the findings of my research on migrant domestic work in Europe. And I will conclude by a discussion of the wider implications of my findings for whiteness studies. So without further ado, I think that, no, I don't think so. I know that the role of race in paid domestic work has mostly been studied in the US context, in the American literature, and it is much less present in European research. First, because of Europeans' general reticence to engage with questions of race, but also probably because in many European countries, migrant domestic workers are predominantly white migrants from countries further east. However, as I will show you today, in the interviews I conducted, in the fieldwork that I conducted, there were many references to race. Even when I was discussing relationships between white domestic workers and white employers. We will see, I will explain that later. So what does the literature say about the role of race in paid domestic work? I mean, this occupation generally recruits among the less skilled and or most discriminated female workers in a given context, which means that paid domestic work is usually a so-called ethnic or migrant niche. So domestic workers are either internal migrants from rural regions within a country or a region, or they're racialized working class women, or transnational migrants. In a very small nutshell, we could say that race then becomes the physical manifestation of unequal power relations between the regions or countries from which workers and employers originate. the findings that I will discuss with you today are based on now it's going to be 9 years, nearly 10 years of research on cleaning and care work provided by migrant women within private homes. I started investigating Ukrainian domestic workers in Warsaw who were working in private homes in Warsaw, and Polish domestic workers working in households in Belgium, in Brussels. And I'm currently working on investigating Polish live-in care providers in Germany. So workers from Poland who live in the homes of the dependent people they take care of, and who go back and forth between Poland and Germany. Like, very concretely, I have conducted in-depth interviews with 19 Ukrainian cleaners and carers in Warsaw, 25 it's 25, and I put a little asterisk because I talked to 25 women, and no, not only women and men, but some of those I have seen repeatedly several times. So 25 workers of all nationalities who clean or care, or who were cleaning at the time or caring in private homes across Belgium, from which most were Polish because of the ease with which I could conduct interviews in Polish, being Polish myself. 7 were Filipino or Filipina. And I have met with one worker each from Cameroon, Chile, Ecuador, Morocco, Peru, and Rwanda. I have also interviewed 15 employers of migrant domestic workers in Belgium and in Poland. And I have not only conducted in-depth interviews, I have also conducted participant observation. I've been to churches, I've took public transport to observe interactions within suburban buses or trains that domestic workers take every day to go to work or come back from work, because they mostly do not live in the neighborhoods. They clean in rich neighborhoods, but that's not where they usually live. And I've also observed social media interactions. And I am now, so this is what I did in the past, but I am now in the process of conducting in-depth interviews with Polish live-in carers in Germany, as I just told you. So of course, it's really difficult to, having collected a wealth of data, collected so much empirical material, it's difficult to tell you everything, all my findings, but I will only highlight 2 points in particular. First of all, the employers, what I call employers' search for comfortable austerity, and the tendency both of workers and employers to racialize class, to perceive material inequalities in racial terms. I think those 2 points in particular I've highlighted them here in the slide because they will allow you to understand why I concluded that Western racial hierarchies organize something that I call peripheral whiteness. So concerning comfortable austerity, I remember that at the beginning of my research on migrant domestic workers in Belgium, I did not understand the seeming popularity since the end of the 1980s of Polish women as cleaners within Belgian homes. Poland is not a neighboring country of Belgium, and Belgium had access to many of the migrant populations already present in the country or not already present. It's a post-colonial, it's a former colony, it's a former colonizer. I mean, there were also many Gastarbeiter contracts concluded by Belgium in the 70s. And I was wondering, okay, why Poland? And still, before the end of the so-called transition period that gave citizens of Romania and Bulgaria free access to the Belgian labor markets in 2014, Polish women have been, since the 1990s, so for over 20 years, the most numerous national group among domestic workers in Belgium. And I thought, okay, this cannot be explained by the strength of migratory networks alone. Instead, I think that I understood this once I started conducting interviews, because I think it illustrates what I have called comfortable authority. So employers search for workers who embody a type of difference that maintains an implicit hierarchy, an implicit and comfortable hierarchy between them and the domestic workers who work within their homes. So they want a kind of comfortable, like they want a comfortable difference, but not too much of a difference, because then they have to do emotional and mental work. They have to get acquainted with this difference. They have to domesticate it in a way. And that, like, when the difference is too big, when it's uncomfortable, then it puts them ill at ease. And I think that I could best illustrate it on an example. So the uneasiness of Belgian employers when confronted with racial difference can really be seen in the story, that the interview that I conducted with a 35-year employer, Pipi. And Pipi explained to me that her husband was thinking a lot about what is appropriate and what is not appropriate, what is appropriate and what is not appropriate when interacting with the cleaning lady, Fatma, who's Moroccan and who did not wear the hijab at the beginning when she started working in Pipi's household, but who's now started to wear the hijab. So Pipi explained to me that her husband, so she told me, I think that he asks himself the question of culture much more than me. He wants to respect, he doesn't kiss her to say hello. So in Belgium, we kiss to greet people, because he isn't sure whether a man can kiss a woman in Moroccan culture, etc., etc. So he really explained that her husband prefers her, for example, to interact with the cleaning lady, because he's not sure, he's a man, she wears the hijab, what will happen. And concerning that other point that I wanted to, this other finding that I think it's important to understand peripheral whiteness, it's the racialization of material inequalities. This is best illustrated by a quote from Violaine. And so when I was sitting with Violaine in the garden of her Brussels home, she told me about her Polish cleaner. She never tells me no, and here I quote, she never tells me no. She likes to show that she is strong, that she comes from Poland like that. And here, I guess she was referring, she probably felt comfortable because she knew that I was Polish and I am myself fat. So she started explaining that, you Polish people, you're a sturdy race compared to us, meaning Belgians, a strong, resistant, enduring race. You have much more stamina than we do. And then she even explained that sometimes she was scared, those construction workers, cleaning ladies, you wouldn't like to cross them. So I think that she shared those remarks with me, that she probably imagined those to be compliments. And you would think that as a sociologist by training and by profession, Violaine should understand that the sturdiness, what she describes as the sturdiness of her Polish cleaning lady, is not a racial characteristic that all Polish people share, but a necessity given how physically straining it is to clean other people's homes. Bourgeois homes in Belgium often have several floors. So in general, employers do not realize that workers' eagerness and deference is not a function of their nationality, but an answer to physical requirements of the job and to employers' own expectations. And so based on those findings, I conceptualized peripheral whiteness, so a subject position of simultaneous privilege and subordination experienced by white migrants from the peripheries and semi-peripheries of global capitalism, such as Poland and or Ukraine. And for me, this notion enables to understand the way individual interactions here between migrant workers and their migrant domestic workers and their employers. Individual interactions in general are structured by material and symbolic hierarchies between the countries from which people interacting come from. And for me, peripheral whiteness comes with privilege, but it also comes with subordination. It's conditional. It's white privilege that you can only access under certain conditions. So, first of all, of course, most countries in Europe structurally privilege inflows of white migrants over inflows of migrants from other countries. So, of course, EU citizens benefit from freedom of movement within the EU, but also non-EU peripheral whiteness is often privileged, especially in semi-peripheral countries such as Poland. For example, when I interviewed a civil servant who was working within the Polish Ministry of Labor, he told me that Poland can compete with Western countries for cheap migrant labor from the EU. In that case, I think he meant Romanian and Bulgarian workers. So it competes for the next best thing, and this is a quote. So he explained, this next best thing for him was labor migrants from post-Soviet countries such as Ukraine or Georgia. And Poland's migration regime is indeed completely open towards white labor migrants from post-Soviet countries, Ukraine, Belarus, Armenia, Georgia, Moldova, and Russia. And as a result of this, in the last years, Poland has issued more first EU residence permits to non-EU citizens than any other EU member state. And at the same time, Polish authorities have consistently refused to grant asylum to non-white and non-Christian refugees, a strategy that which culminated in sending now the military to prevent refugees from crossing the border between Poland and Belarus. Second, also peripheral whiteness, is corporeal privilege in its most immediate form. So when I interviewed Filipina domestic workers, they told me a lot about something which is coming up a lot is their experiences with deportations and the fear of deportation, how scared they were in certain neighborhoods when they were coming to work or coming back from work, because the police, when they see someone who's racialized in Brussels in a rich neighborhood, were stopping them. And Polish workers who worked in Belgium before Poland joined the EU were also facing deportation if they, for example, overstayed their visa or did not have a visa. But they were also scared of repercussions going back to Poland. But their sole physical presence in certain streets, in certain neighborhoods, was much more dangerous. And third, peripheral whiteness, still in terms of privilege, peripheral whiteness comes with a form of racialization that is often benevolent. So white migrants from peripheral and semi-peripheral countries are mostly described, or at least in the interviews that I conducted, were described as hard workers with good work ethics, despite the existence of competing stereotypes such as that they are thieves or heavy drinkers, or for women the danger in brackets of being read as a sex worker. So most employers I talked to produced this discourse of hard work and long hours being part of Polish identity in Belgium or of Ukrainian identity in Poland. But the structural reasons, as I mentioned before, the structural reasons why these migrants accept such low wages and poor working conditions were never discussed. And now the conditionality, I mean, this benevolent racialization of peripherally white people from Eastern Europe reveals the conditionality of white privilege for them, at least for working class migrants from Central and Eastern Europe. So they are seen as deserving only if they work very long hours for wages well below the median, in poor working conditions, with secondary contracts such as posted workers, or without regular contracts. And in the interviews that I'm conducting now in Germany, this comes up a lot. So private households and market intermediaries, such as brokering agencies, have this really strong paternalistic discourse of like, oh, you know, they should already be happy that they can earn more than at home, and like they should not complain that they earn less than the German person with a regular German contract will earn. And also when peripherally white migrants who are EU citizens make use of the social right they have access to in the countries of work, so sick leave, unemployment payments, social assistance, child benefits, etc., they are often seen as benefit tourists, profiting off of the Western welfare state. And this is maybe a word of conclusion, the unfortunate result of racial hierarchies organizing peripheral second-rate whiteness is that resentment grows among Eastern European migrants, and they often tell me that they feel like second-rate Europeans. And I'm afraid that rather than create solidarity with non-white migrants, it just makes those second-rate whiteness migrants cling more fiercely to white privilege. But we can, of course, discuss it during the discussion time. Thank you for listening to me, and I'm looking forward to your reactions.
Yes, thank you, Anna. And thank you for this so insightful presentation. I'm again and again so intrigued how much we can see when we look at this employer-employee relationship in the household. This really private, intimate setting we all can have some references to, and it's so insightful about the way hierarchies are and borders are built also in this private sphere. Thank you so much also for keeping the time. This was really excellent. Thank you so much. And I will now just turn to our next speaker and have the big honor to introduce Tobias Hübinette from the University of Karlstad in Sweden to you.
Sorry, I have to interrupt you. I just noticed that the translators are not able to translate English to German unless our sound quality is not getting better. So please have a look in your rooms if you find a headset that would really enable the translators, who anyway do a really hard job, to have a better sound quality, to be able, to translate this kind of dense texts which we are producing as scientists. So if the sound quality is additionally a problem, this is really hard work. And I just noticed by following the live streams that there was really a problem with the sound quality. And if you can't find a headset, please, I don't know, if you need to get closer to your laptop or great, Anna, if it's possible to have an additional headset. Okay, sorry for this kind of interruption. I just wanted to let you know.
I'm sorry, this doesn't work. It is just not the right cable on it. Can you hear me at least? I try to speak more slowly and nearer to the microphone. So
I think especially these people who are reading a paper, please read it slowly so that the translators, it's possible for them to translate it. We have a couple of people in the live stream, in the German live stream, and I think it would be really good to have the German translation. And perhaps we should announce again that it's possible to post questions to us via the QR code. If you look at your live stream, you find this little QR code in the left upper side of the live stream. And if you enter it in your mobile phone, you enter a platform where you can type your questions, and I will do my best to, to bring them later on in the discussion.
Thank you, Sabine. So now I have the honor to introduce Dr. Tobias Hübinette to you. He's based at Karlstad in Sweden, and he is an associate professor and lecturer in intercultural education there. And he has been contributing especially to the field of Korean studies and adoption studies, and also critical race studies extensively over the last years. And I want to give you just a little selection from his long list of publications, and I thought maybe insightful would be a few of his Swedish language books that he published, for example, and I will use the translated English title. The volume published in 2012 with Helena Hörnfeldt, Fatane Farahani, and René Leon Rosales on race and whiteness in contemporary Sweden, or one very recent volume published together with Katrin Lundström last year in 2020 with the title White Melancholia, an analysis of a nation in crisis. And yeah, your expertise goes as far also as to another book, I think, published together with Samson Bashir and Victoria Cabeza, entitled Afrophobia. We don't need to translate this. An overview of Afro-Swedes' situation in contemporary Sweden. Tobias, it's really, really great to have you here, and we are looking forward to your presentation now.
Thank you, and please, you can start my presentation now as well. This presentation of mine starts by introducing Sweden as the world's arguably most colorblind country, and thereafter accounts for a study on mixed-race Swedes based on individual interviews and autobiographical texts. So please change the slide to this next one. To begin with, Sweden is today one of the Western world's most racially diverse countries in terms of its demographic composition, after having been one of the West's most homogeneous and white countries as late as in the 1960s and 70s. Around 20% of the population derive from the global south, and mainly from the Middle East and sub-Saharan Africa, and partly also from Latin America and Asia, and can be considered non-white within the Swedish racial context, which not long ago also conceived of and treated Southern and Eastern Europeans as being far less white than the white Swedes themselves. Furthermore, Sweden is also one of the Western countries harboring the highest proportion of mixed race or multiracial children and adults, together with the UK and France. Today, there are in total over 200,000 inhabitants who have been born in Sweden with one foreign-born and one native-born parent, and who can be said to be of mixed race. Many of them have, for example, an African, Middle Eastern, or Latin American father and a white Swedish mother, while others have an Asian mother or a Latin American mother and a white Swedish father. Given this large number of mixed-race Swedes, there is at the same time, paradoxically, hardly any existing research at all on the group, except for only a handful of studies. The principal reason for this near absence of research on mixed-race Swedes is that everything that is related to race is considered to be more or less taboo in today's Sweden. Since the 1970s, Sweden has developed into the arguably most colorblind society in the world as a way of erasing all traces of previously having been one of the Western countries which have been most heavily invested in and even obsessed by racial thinking during its high modernity nation building process that took place during the first half of the last century, when the Swedes were privileged with the position of being seen as the whitest of all nations and excelled in both race science and race hygiene. A telling and not the least highly symbolic example is that in 2001, Sweden became the first sovereign state in the world to formally abolish the word race, according to a unison parliament and government decision, which was also backed up by the Swedish academia. And the country has since then also actively worked to make other countries do the same as part of its foreign policy. Sweden's neighbors, Norway and Finland, have today followed the Swedish example, and so has France. And soon, perhaps Germany might do the same, as far as I understand it. What is unique with the Swedish version of color blindness is that it derives from a leftist and progressive anti-racist discourse, instead of deriving from a neoliberal ideology driven by more sinister colorblindness, as Eduardo Bonilla Silva has described it when it comes to the US, or from a Republican universalism, as is the case of France, or from the experience of being a perpetrator, as is the case of Germany. The Swedish example is, in other words, both extreme and exceptional, as it is both state-driven and popularly based, as practically all Swedes adhere to it, including the Swedish researchers. This also means that Sweden is the world's most anti-racial country, according to David Theo Goldberg's definition of anti-racialism, as opposed to a race-conscious anti-racism. Goldberg differentiates between a race-conscious anti-racism that is always aware of the concept of race and makes explicit use of it, and an anti-racial anti-racism which strives to do away with the whole concept of race. While the goal of a race-conscious anti-racism is to identify and combat racism, an anti-racial anti-racism is in the end about combating the very word race itself. The anti-racialist anti-racists thus imagine a world in which no one speaks of or thinks about race anymore as a future in which racism has been defeated once and for all. Finally, to complicate matters even more, Sweden has recently also entered the top position of being one of the most segregated, segmented, and stratified societies along racial lines in the Western world, exposing extreme disparities between the white majority population and the non-white minority inhabitants. For example, when it comes to labor market outcomes, while only about 3% of the white Swedes are unemployed, a staggering 30% of the inhabitants deriving from the Middle East and sub-Saharan Africa are unemployed. And this labor market participation difference is by far the largest in the West. And please, the third slide. This contextualizing introduction to the racially superdiverse, radically colorblind, and racially segregated Sweden is necessary to keep in mind as a background to be able to understand the situation of mixed-race Swedes. From now on, this presentation accounts for a study based on individual interviews with 18 mixed-race Swedes and on autobiographical texts written by mixed-race Swedish authors. The study, which I conducted together with another Swede named Daphnar Bos, aims to examine and understand the situation and position of mixed-race Swedes in contemporary Sweden. The study is at the same time an illuminating example of how difficult it is to put words to and speak about racialized experiences and racial issues, as well as to conduct research on race in a colorblind country like Sweden. The study is therefore also a study of Sweden's racial grammar and Swedish race relations viewed through the racial literacy of mixed-race Swedes. The term racial grammar comes from Eduardo Bonilla Silva and signifies how a certain society understands and relates to race and racial aspects and issues, and, quote, how we see or don't see race in social phenomena, how we frame matters as racial or not race-related, and even how we feel about race, unquote. The racial grammar of today's Sweden is, as has already been mentioned, marked by colorblindness in combination with a heavily dichotomizing division between the so-called Swedes and the so-called immigrants. This division is in practice a racialized one, as the designation Swedes not only includes white majority Swedes, but also those inhabitants who can pass sufficiently as white Swedes, and who might derive from the neighboring Nordic countries or Western European countries like, for example, Germany, the Netherlands, or the UK, as well as from North America, Australia, and New Zealand. The other designation, so-called immigrants, includes in its turn those who cannot pass fully as white, including almost every inhabitant to derive from the global south, as well as the majority of mixed-race Swedes. The background to this sharp bifurcation can be found in the fact that Swedish whiteness has historically been the most exclusive, excluding, and privileged version of whiteness in the world, as the white Swedes have traditionally always been considered to be the whitest of all people on earth, since the days of so-called race science of the 1800s and 1900s. Racial literacy is a term that has been developed by Franz Windens-Twine in her study on how white British mothers of mixed-race children in the UK are negotiating and dealing with their white racial positions and privileges in relation to the non-white mixed children. Racial literacy means how people, regardless if they are white or non-white, understand, conceptualize, articulate, and verbalize their awareness and understanding of race and of various racial incidents and processes in everyday life and in society as a whole, as well as how they cope with and respond to various racial hierarchies and practices. And then, please, the fourth slide. The study is based on 18 interviews with Swedes of a racially mixed background and focuses on how race shapes the informant's experiences of, among others, school years and working life. And the background of the informants are accounted for in this table. The study is grounded in and informed by a critical race theoretical approach and employs a narrative-based ethnography as a way of attempting to understand the ways how racial literacy is both learned and unlearned in today's Sweden throughout the life courses of the mixed-race informants. The informants were all between 18 and 40 years old at the time of the undertaking of the interviews. And they were all living somewhere in in urban Sweden. The study is also based on a selection of books written by mixed-race authors in the form of novels and autobiographies, some of whom belonging to the first generation of mixed-race Swedes with African American, North African, Sub-Saharan African, Middle Eastern, and Latin American immigrant fathers and white Swedish mothers who were born in the 1970s and 80s. Most informants described their childhood as Swedish-dominated and meaning in practice white-dominated, while only 4 of them had grown up in residential areas described as mixed, and which in practice means that they were not the only people of color in the closest vicinity where they grew up. In other words, the majority of mixed-race Swedes seem to grow up in white-dominated neighborhoods. And they also tend to attend relatively homogeneous and white school settings during their childhood and teenage years. These white-dominated spaces and contexts and the relative lack of interactions with other non-white people during childhood and adolescence appear to play a substantial role in shaping the Swedish mixed-race experience, as will be evident in the following parts. And then the next slide, please. The most central theme among all interviews is related to the experience of having one's Swedishness contested and sometimes also questioned by strangers in the public space, and thus by being variously included and excluded within the category of Swedes. Speaking fluent Swedish and bearing a so-called Swedish-sounding name also influence a mixed-race person's possibility to pass as a Swede or not. The process of passing is, in other words, an everyday experience in the lives of the informants, and it is governed by a logic which Sara Ahmed has described in the following way, quote, passing involves the reopening or restaging of a fractured history of identifications that constitutes the limits to a given subject's mobility, unquote. This way of understanding the process of passing in relation to the mixed race informants in Sweden makes it possible to grasp and understand how ambivalent experiences of misrecognition shape the ways how the mixed race informants learn who they are, such as when they are mistaken for being so-called immigrants. Regardless of background and bodily features, we all become aware of racialized meanings depending on our experiences of being assigned to a certain ethnic, national, and racial category in relation to an imagined white majority community. Agnes is a mixed Black woman living in a predominantly white area in Gothenburg, and for as long as she can remember, her Blackness has always been seen as a marker for not being considered fully Swedish. Although she is by her friends, as she says, considered to be more Swedish than others. In her youth, she was so eager to fit in among her friends, who were all white, that she even found herself drawn into the subculture of white supremacist skinheads, having been, as she herself says, the funny N, that's the N-word, among these subcultural members, which was an epithet she used to describe herself all through her youth. To Agnes, being seen as a Swedish and even Swedish-only person was very important for her during her teenage years, and she often distanced herself sharply from other non-white people, especially those that she regarded as being immigrants. And then the next slide. Another common denominator among many mixed-race Swedes, which can be found in both interviews and the texts, is to have one's bonds with one's family members contested in various ways because of assumptions linked to one's physical attributes. This means, for example, to have been recognized as anything but the origin that they actually have through their non-white parent. And it can also mean that strangers do not believe that they are the real children of their parents. And then the next slide. Yet another misrecognition relates to interactions with immigrants and minority representatives who are not mixed, and who sometimes address and hail the mixed race informants as one of them, while many mixed race Swedes do not always recognize and identify with that connection. In the case of Alexander Mahmoud, who has an Arab father and a white Swedish mother, he tells about when he visits a place only frequented by Arabs, Iranians, and other people from the Middle East in his autobiography, and where he in the beginning feels recognized, but soon he realizes that he's not really one of them, as he, for example, cannot smoke the water pipe properly and cannot speak Arabic very well at all. His Iranian friend, who is not mixed and who is accompanying him to that place, also tells him in the book that he's Swedish, even if, as Mahmoud says himself in the book in a somewhat bitter tone, no one thinks so. And then the next slide, please. Rebecca, a mixed woman with an Arab father and a white Swedish mother, working and living in Malmö, describes her life course as someone growing up in Sweden, having a mixed background in the following way when asked about what she believes has affected her the most during a life course as being a mixed person. Rebecca's story is not an unusual narrative, even if the discourse surrounding culture clashes might sound a bit old-fashioned in relation to the situation in other Western countries. While mixed-race people are nowadays officially recognized in both the US and the UK and in many other Western countries by the state and the government, such as a category in the national censuses, in Sweden, the term bicultural and sometimes also multicultural are still words being used to describe people of mixed race descent, which results in a heavy focus on cultural differences and of course also on so-called cultural clashes. In reality, Rebecca is probably both talking about cultural and racial differences at the very same time, but she probably lacks a language to be able to articulate the racial aspects of her life as being of mixed race, and therefore talking about culture takes fully over. Highly present throughout the interview material is also how multiculturalism as a concept and as an idea has become a part of the informant's own self-identifications and social dispositions. To be multicultural or not has, in other words, come to reflect the different positions taken up by the respondents. Multiculturalism becomes a way of not only attaching a value to oneself and one's mixed heritage, but also a way to describe the racialized world that they are living in and are embedded in. That is, as a mixed race person, navigating between those who are considered to be fully Swedish and those who are not considered to be not Swedish at all. The discourse of multiculturalism and its associated meaning of being both diverse and tolerant in a positive way thus has become an organizing trope that enables the respondents to talk about their lives without having to talk about race, and thus without breaking the hegemonic norm of Swedish colorblindness. Vanessa, who has a Latin American father and a white Swedish mother, is, according to the opinion of a white Swedish mother, seen as if she inhabits a unique position in today's segregated Swedish society, as she, as a mixed person, almost embodied the perfect role model and even poster figure for the new diverse Sweden. Interestingly enough, and perhaps symptomatically, some of the informants also witnessed about their own active engagement in practicing so-called diversity work in different ways, either at their workplaces or during their formative teenage and young adult years. Many of the informants also told that they were often the only non-white person in an all-white setting and that they were assigned a position as symbols of diversity, being designated or taking on the in-between role as a mediator and as a bridge, thus symbolically helping Sweden in a new nation-building process marked by super diversity by bringing together the so-called Swedes and the so-called immigrants and possibly, in the end, even reconciling these two groups. And then the next slide, please. Alexander, who has a Chinese father, told in the interview that he never felt that he belonged anywhere. He also told that he had had a strong Swedish upbringing, but he always felt an inner state of psychic fragmentation, constantly carrying a feeling that there is something in him beyond who he is, according to his own words. Alexander's sense of fragmentation was, according to him, related to his Asian share, as he put it. He does not speak Cantonese at all, like his father, and he has thus been denied his Asian identity, according to himself. As a matter of fact, Alexander is sometimes perceived as being white rather than being Asian by many people, and his experience of being Asian becomes apparent only when he's together with his Chinese father, as one can obviously see that he's Asian, as he explains it. Alexander's various phases of identity building can be summarized as follows. As a child, he did not want to be related to Chinese or Asian people at all, and he became angry if someone reminded him that he has an Asian origin. But later on, he started to see himself as being half Swedish and then as being half Asian, and today he even calls himself Eurasian. In many parts of Asia, and especially in the former European colonies, the term Eurasian has been around for a long time, designating mixed-race Asians. But in Sweden, being mixed race is not even recognized in Swedish language, and even less so the term Eurasian. Despite the practical problems to claim a Eurasian identity in a Swedish contemporary setting, Alexander has chosen to go against the Swedish colorblind discourse by claiming a belongingness to a category that is heavily racialized. Alexander's adoption of this new identification can be interpreted as both a rejection of Swedish colorblindness and as the development of a different racial literacy, breaking down the otherwise rigid dichotomy between the so-called Swedes and the so-called immigrants. And then the next slide, please. This study, based on interviews with mixed-race Swedes and citations taken from texts written by mixed-race Swedish authors, together show that the white Swedish majority society has to a large extent failed to adjust itself to the new racially super diverse Sweden and to construct a new Swedishness wherein also those inhabitants who cannot fully pass as white are included as full Swedes. The sharp dichotomization between so-called Swedes and immigrants forces the mixed-race informants into a position wherein many of them seem to self-identify as being multicultural, in spite of how shallow that might be, and as a mediator between the so-called Swedes and immigrants. The informants sometimes also challenge the division between so-called Swedes and immigrants, as they do not always obey the racial grammar of Swedish colorblindness, although they perhaps most often adhere to it and reproduce it by, for example, explicitly naming these exclusionary social practices which they are encountering and have to cope with. Even if most respondents did not explicitly talk about themselves as being of mixed race, a handful, such as Agnes and Alexander, have also developed a language as being mixed black and Eurasian, respectively, and thereby a new racial literacy going against the dominant white racial frame of Sweden, to speak with Joe Fagan. As critical mixed race studies scholars in countries like the US and the UK have convincingly shown, the experiences of those having a mixed race background and of those inhabiting a racially ambiguous body are illustrative examples of how fluid and arbitrary all the racial categories actually are. And of course, not just those that mixed race people are subjected to. Finally, it has to be said that the mixed race Swedish experience is of course by no means a homogeneous experience. The dynamics of being positioned by family and friends as Swedish and by strangers as non-Swedish are also of course influenced by gender, sexual orientation, class, age, and place, and by the racial category of the mixed race person's non-white parent. The interviews and the texts further show that the informants were sometimes quite aware of how various racializing processes place them in different positions and link them to different categories, which means that they have acquired a certain level of racial literacy grounded in their everyday experiences, even if the language of cultural differences, and so-called culture clashes were often instead used instead of talking explicitly about race. Although colorblindness still seems to be the dominant way of conceptualizing and relating to race in Sweden, and even if being non-white and Swedish at the very same time is still an unstable position, it might also be argued that the Swedish mixed race experience, as it has been accounted for in this study, also signals a new racial awareness among at least younger Swedes of color who recently have initiated, with Swedish standards, very provocative discussions on race and Swedishness, and who have started to formulate a both new and more inclusive and hybrid Swedishness for the future, wherein they are also potentially at least included as Swedes. Several mixed race Swedes have symptomatically also been active in this new and recent development, such as, for example, in the form of the association mellanförskapet, in English, the in-betweenship, which is a neologism signifying a position in between or beyond the so-called Swedes and immigrants. This new presence in the Swedish public sphere of non-white voices and perspectives, including several mixed-race Swedes, has finally started to challenge Swedish colorblindness and to highlight the both material and psychic costs of the tabuization on race, which has also functioned to silence an open discussion in Sweden on racial segregation, racial stratification, and racial discrimination, in spite of its supposedly anti-racist intention. So that was my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tobias, for sharing these intimate insights into the fight against color blindness in another European country. I find so many similarities when comparing this to a situation in Germany. And I just remembered that I have this book here, the Mixed Race Studies Reader, published by Jane Eva Quinigwe, which is really a course book on mixed race studies. So you can see how in the Anglophone countries, this is teaching material, and it is something we have in continental Europe, so strong struggles to find even words to address lived experiences. So thank you so much. And now we come to our third, not least, but last speaker in this panel, Bobby Balloon. I have the huge honor of introducing you and your work. Thank you for being here at this panel on experience and race and body in Europe. Bobby Balloon is a Leverhulme Trust Early Career Fellow in the Department of Geography at the University of Sheffield in the UK. He received his PhD in Sociology and Social Policy from the University of Leeds, and he was a lecturer at the Department of European Studies, Krakow University of Economics in Poland. Bolaid's research interests include blackness, race and racialization in Central and Eastern Europe, and his academic publications have appeared in the journals like Ethnic and Racial Studies and the Sociological Review. And I would like, before I give himself the word, I would like to give you three of his other publications, and I think you will draw on these as well in your, if I understood it right. There is your paper in Ethnic and Racial Studies, which is maybe the most prestigious journal in this field. It's entitled Polish Lebensraum, the Colonial Ambition to Expand on Racial Terms, in 2018. And another publication in the same journal, together with Joseph Salisbury, Black-White Mixed Race Experiences of Race and Racism in Poland. And a third one published in the Sociological Review, Race and Racism in Poland, Theorizing and Contextualizing Polish Centrism. So from Northern Europe, we turn our gaze again now to the East, and Sabine wants to say something.
Yes, another small signal from the translators, please don't speak so fast. It's really hard. It's really a hard job to translate written up paper, and please slow down a little bit. That would make the life for the translators much easier. Thanks a lot.
I apologize for speaking too fast if I do so. And Bobby recorded his presentation, so we will have the convenient situation that the regie will turn on, and we will just listen, and afterwards we will have a conversation among all of us.
So, in this talk, I want to examine Charles Mill's racial contract theory in a different context to its usual application in the West. And doing so allows the theory to be open to a new global application in order to recenter the question of race in Central and Eastern Europe. So for anyone who is not familiar with the racial contract theory, let me quickly establish how compelling is the argument Charles Mills offers in discussing the racial contract as a phenomenon, a global phenomenon actually, that underpins the boundaries of Europeanness. So over the recent year, Mills, the racial contract theory has risen across different nations. I will continue to do so following Mill's death this year. The racial contract, often discussed in relation to the works of Enlightenment theorists such as Hobbes, Locke, Russell, Kant, offers a conceptual account of white supremacy that is partly rooted in economic arrangements based on conceptual agreements. And central to Mill's argument is the European colonization of the Americas between 1492 and 1830s, and the occupations of Asia, Africa, and the Pacific from 1730s up to the period of after the Second World War. This interlinked history, Mill's contends that they are crucial to the understanding of race and racism because in both histories, race has served as the common conceptual denominator that gradually came to signify the global statuses of superiority and inferiority. Nonetheless, in all of this, everything seems, all the things that Mill's actually been talking about in terms of the racial contracts, seems inapplicable in Central and Eastern Europe. However, when viewed through the benefit of associated trade, the racial contracts framework offers a kind of alternative long array of connected geographies that make visible Central and Eastern Europe's connection to the global colonial economy. So, following Mill's logic, I deploy the terms racial contract and the boundaries of Europeanness through the experiences of people who are often racialized socially and biologically as non-Europeans. The arrangement of the racial contract that I am suggesting here is best understood in terms of its global Europeanness and non-Europeanness conditions. These conditions are evident in the ways in which race is perceived in Central and Eastern Europe. They are often empowered by the European Renaissance, the European Reformation, and the European overseas discoveries. The intended scope of my argument, however, is that the European expansion project brings into focus a white-dominated world from which less powerful European states have also benefited. So to illustrate all this commendably, let me now turn to the ways in which the racial contrasts serve as proxy for the boundaries of Europeanness through three key manifestations: global colonial economy, colonization, and eugenics that are often described in peripheral terms in Central and Eastern Europe, but they often carry deeper implications. So drawing on Polish examples, how we identify close relationships between Central and Eastern Europe and the benefits of the global white supremacy, all based on attempts at national self-determination. So, first manifestation that I wish to draw attention to is the global colonial economy. But before plunging into the details, it is important for me to set out the configuration, at least of Poland, once as an economic powerhouse in Europe. To be clear, with this argument, I'm not equating Poland with the European imperial powers. While I'm skeptical about the looseness of this connection, I equally consider the connectedness of Central and Eastern Europe to transatlantic trade a necessary task in order to show the broader implications of such trade beyond Western paradigms. So here is a question that unsettles me and perhaps may unsettle you too. What was responsible for the flourishing economy of Poland's golden age? So this particular question led the Polish Jewish socioeconomics historian Marian Maovist to wonder, and I quote, the colonial industrial and trading expansion of Poland and England would have been possible at all without perhaps strengthening of their contact with Eastern Europe, end of quote. I cannot claim to have an answer for this question, but it might be helpful as a point of entry. So the period of great trade for the Baltic states under the Poland-Lithuania Commonwealth has been described as Poland's golden age. Concurrently, it was also at the peak of transatlantic slavery between 16th and 17th century when the Baltic trade entered a new rapid development of trades with ports in Antwerp and Amsterdam into the transatlantic trade. Now, by the way, the map that you are looking at now is a Hellenic trading map that actually showed the red circle is actually the location of Poland-Lithuania Commonwealth, and the lines they show the connections, the trading connections from Poland-Lithuania Commonwealth to the rest of Europe and then transatlantic world. So John Wing draws an attention to this when he argues that between 16th and 17th century, the Baltic trade operated on a much larger scale than the extraction of timber in Asia and the Americas by the European empires. Also, according to Maria Boguskan and Norman Davies, Poland and the Baltics were at the heart of the many trades that facilitated movements of goods and peoples across the globe, including a divergence into colonial enterprises. The growth of the Dutch and the English trades, especially through shipbuilding resources between 17th and 18th century, has been attributed to raw materials such as timber and iron from the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Again, this led Maovist to believe, I quote again, the development of the Dutch and the British shipping was unthinkable without a regular supply of Eastern European timber, end of quote. According to James Davey, the raw materials used for the ships built in London could only be procured from the Baltic region. Similarly, Spain's exploitation of colonial forests in the early 18th century contributed to the Spanish naval revival, which aided its exploration of the Atlantic world and the imperial domination in the Americas. Although Spain exploited its local and colonial forests for the development of its navy, nonetheless, Wing points out again that it was timber from the Baltic states that were, I quote again, were on the whole better suited and highly sought after by all European maritime empires, end of quote. For example, the resources for ships built in Cuba and Spanish colonies in the Caribbean came from the region, but many were also imported from the Baltic states. This eventually provided Spain with the second largest navy behind Great Britain. Also France, after 1766, turned to several other markets, including the Baltic timber, in order to increase its Atlantic shipyards. So this particular episode of the Baltic trade was supported by Norman Davies when he presents the trading transactions between the Baltic states and the West, involving exchanges of colonial and non-colonial materials for shipping into Poland. As demonstrated in these slides, timber was the fourth largest product exported out of Gdansk in 1641. Colonial products such as sugar and coffee were the second largest product imported into Gdansk in the same year. The export of Baltic raw materials such as iron, planks, and some other wooden products were mainly sent to Britain, France, and the Netherlands. They contributed massively to the economy of Poland, Lithuania, Commonwealth as an associated trade to the imperatrice. So before closing this section, let me briefly set out some of the benefits of an associated trade that perhaps may help us to think about racial capitalism beyond the West. So by trading with European colonial empires, Poland and other parts of the Baltic region were not only able to accumulate capital, but they were also able to afford imported colonial luxurious goods. So, for example, Arthur Hartmann adds substantial evidence to this when he links the halo wealth of Central and Eastern Europe to the accumulation of bullion from East India Company and also the American silver from both the Spanish and the Portuguese empires, all through the Dutch East India Company as payments for the Polish raw materials such as timber and iron. The Dutch East India Company was further integrated into the Polish-Lithuania Commonwealth through migration of many Dutch inhabitants moving to Poland seeking religious and political protection. The introduction of these Dutch settlers, however, Maria Boguska argues, came with the establishment of thousands of Dutch merchants, bankers, artisans, and various skilled specialists, and most importantly, the introduction of banking system, credit operations, and the technical innovations, many technical innovations, into places like Gdansk. Indeed, through trading, folks in Polish ports such as Gdansk interacted with Western merchants almost on equal terms. The interaction involved what Maoist and Boguska have described as stream of money that found its way into Baltic region. This stream of money arguably improved the living standard of many Polish and Lithuanian nobles, while the serfs were being worked to death. According to Boguska, the accumulation of capital from transatlantic trades with Amsterdam, Cadiz, London, and Porto, and of course, was one of the reasons why those people from the East and from Poland have become so rich, end of quote. The accumulated wealth, however, eventually led to the rise of Poland's golden age, the Renaissance Poland as we know it today. So to this end, the building of the magnificent royal palaces, castle, cathedrals that we know today, the acquisition of great architecture, sculpture, and paintings, the pension provided to the Polish, Dutch, Italian builders and painters, as Boguska broadly detailed, the whole range of cultural patronage exercised by the magnate and the gentry, as well as wealthiest townsmen, all largely came from the profit of Baltic trade with the West. So let me now turn to my second manifestation, which is colonization, as part of the racial contract through which Europeans ruled over Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Although many countries in Central and Eastern Europe are often presented as nations without colony, but as Stephen Small and Catherine Baker argue, historically, most nations in Europe shared similar colonial aspirations that may bring trade, resources, and production benefits to Europe. Consider, for example, an emerging documentation of Stefan Short-Rogoczynski's account of African exploration between 1880 and 1883. Now, the image that you're looking at here is not the image of British or the French or the Spanish colonial explorers, not at all. This is an image of Polish explorers looking at the possibility of colonization in Africa. So Rogoczynski was a Polish explorer who campaigned to raise funds for his exploration with an attempt to create a colony, a Polish colony in Cameroon. Through the Polish crowdfunding, Rogoczynski successfully purchased a ship and sailed under Polish and French flags with German, French, and Polish ethnographers and engineers, all attached to German trading companies when they arrived in Cameroon. Arriving in Cameroon, Rogoczynski and his fellow explorers settled near a British colony. Having gained the trust of the locals, Rubinczynski was commissioned by the by the British colonists to serve as an agent in Cameroon. So Rubinczynski's exploration may appear as Poland's first attempt to acknowledge reduction about Africa. However, the exploration needs to be understood within the broader framing of Poland's involvement in colonial projects that was later reworked by the Polish colonial society in the 90s. Now, the image that you're looking at here now is an image of March, a protest sort of that happened in Warsaw, I think in the 90s in the 1930s by the Polish colonial society, demanding for colonies to be made available to them. So one of the captions actually indicates that the destiny of Poland lies in the colony, and the other one indicates a strong demand for colony for Poland. So as Lenny Valerio argues, Poland was actively involved in some sort of peripheral economic activities during the peak of European imperialism with Prussia and also after the Second World War. Contrary to the common assumption that Poland was never involved in the European colonial projects, the Polish colonial society spent a large part of the 19th century lobbying for colonial acquisition. For example, Poland actively sought and successfully engaged in trade for purposes of products, including raw materials. It was not a surprise to see Poland's demand for areas of settlement outside Europe. Through such demands, Polish professionals, despite being victims of traumatic partitions, they developed their own colonial fantasies in reflection to their experiences in Africa and Latin America. This particular aspect of colonization remains one of many areas where most theorists of capitalism fail to recognize as part of the global development that was fundamentally dependent upon colonial exploitation. Poland's colonial ambition may appear as fantasies to many, but the involvement in the European colonial projects, according to Valerio, present the Polish elites with an imagination of catching up with imperial powers in Europe. Now, let me quickly on to my third and final manifestation, which is eugenics. So the history of eugenics and the history of nation formation are intertwined. We need to establish that. The basic tenet of eugenics has been the concern over perceived social and biological degeneration of a nation. Eugenics is a global idea, but for the most part of it, it's a rate. The idea is often reduced to the late and early 19th century's accounts of the Nazi eugenics programs, the activities of the British, and largely the American Eugenic Society, all revealing the inner working of power over diverse populations, assumed to belong to different races in the West. However, the histories and the appeal of eugenics in Central and Eastern Europe still require critical assessments. Originally developed to solve the problems of impurity, eugenics in Central and Eastern Europe shifted from public health or concern over public health to race based on biological differentiation. For example, at the height of eugenic activities in Central and Eastern Europe, some people found protection from outside the national borders. However, as Paul Wengley argues, the same protection was not fully extended to scattered ethnic minorities such as the Jewish and Romani populations that had no states to protect them. In the region, eugenic program was considered an important aspect of national nation formation. Often a shift between national discourse and signs of improvement that was apparent in nearly all countries in Central and Eastern Europe. For example, it was evident in the development of eugenics in Belarus that was based on the eugenic activities already established in Germany and Soviet Russia. Similar examples could be found in the sterilization programs in the Czech Republic, in Ukraine, racial configuration was molded on eugenic ideology. In Bulgaria, the ultimate aim of eugenics programs was to engineer a new national identity through the endorsement of an ideal Bulgarian race. Also in Hungary, it was a popular belief that eugenics would add a new dimension to social transformation of the Hungarian nation. Similar cases could be found in Romania, where Marius Tudor has revealed how eugenic sterilization programs were geared towards the political engineering of a biologically defined community. In Poland, however, similar to other nations in Central and Eastern Europe, the historicity of eugenics is rarely discussed, yet considered essential in national self-determination. The emergence of modern Poland in 1918 came with the establishment of many organizations that were considered progressive during the partitioned Poland. So, for example, the appearance of the Polish Eugenic Society in 1922 formed part of the modernizing forces of eugenic movements across Europe. It was considered a necessary part of the processes of aligning the newly established Polish state with progressive states in Europe. So to this end, Polish doctors contributed massively to the development of eugenics through several international collaborations in Europe as well as in America. Although race has often been said to be less important to the members of Polish Eugenic Society, but it was through the hidden features of Polish eugenics that one comes to grasp its connection to the improvement of civilization, culture, and impurity. As Magdalena Garvin explains, this eventually manifested into the exclusion of not only inferior individuals, but prevention of race mixing. So as a way of conclusion, the three key manifestations, the global colonial economy, colonization, and eugenics that I have briefly set out, they are widely, widespread. They're widespread in Central and Eastern Europe. Yet these manifestations are often overlooked in the global colonial and racial discussions. Their trajectory showed a strong connection to racial identities, within which the racial contract and the boundaries of Europeanness offer an insight into the perception and elimination of bodies that are perceived to be impure. Thank you very much. I look forward to your comment on this.
Now I'm back on. I apologize. Thank you so much, Bobby, for this broad landscape you depicted for us of the Polish colonial project, the Polish colonial society, and the timber trade, and in the end also the eugenic project, and it's definitely valuable, and thank you for educating us about this so much overlooked field of history in Europe and racism in Europe. Thank you so much. So now we can get together for a conversation and try to look for the connections or the contradictions maybe also of the papers and the presentations of all three of you, Anna, Bobby, and Tobias. I would like to start our round of conversation by giving the three of you the chance to maybe comment on each other or ask each other questions. And I would like to raise you to raise a hand if you would like to say or ask something. Yes, thank you, Bobby. So it's your turn.
Yeah, can you hear me very well?
Brian, thank you very much to the organizer, and thank you so much, Linda, for the putting the panel together. Just quickly, I have to say that Hannah's and Tobias' presentations, they really gave me very, very interesting thoughts about the concepts that I'm currently working on now, thinking around global colonial economy that I just briefly set out, and eugenics. So it's really, really interesting to see the manifestations of those two concepts in a way, far away from the typical places that we usually see them being talked about in the UK and in the US. So it's really, really good to see the examples that Tobias actually gave, and also Anna pointed out. I guess my question first to Anna is there any way you see the global colonial economy playing out as kind of, mechanism that form the racialization of people that you are actually, you've talked to us about? Because this is, most of the things we're talking about is about wealth. And there are so many ways in which wealth actually played out using different, mechanism. And I could imagine, the ways in which racialization actually, played itself out through the process of economy. So I wonder if you could speak a little bit more about that. And for Tobias, it's very interesting because when you were talking, I was just imagining, this is eugenics written all over, or the interviews that you had. And there was a particular concept that really came to mind, was one drop rule. One drop rule. It's a concept that if you have a black and a white appearance, and if you, as a mixed race person, you're always classified as black, even though a mixed race person is neither white nor black in the case of black and white, but you are always classified as black. So you are either white or black. But the idea of one drop rule, it disqualifies any non-white person from being white. And I can see that. It's quite interesting. It's really been used cleverly and interestingly in the US and slightly in the UK. In Europe, however, it's something that is often played down and is not often talked about as such. So Tobias, I wonder whether you could see the roles of one drop rule actually playing itself out broadly in the Swedish cases that you set out. I'll just leave it there for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Bobby. So we have a triangular now to navigate, and I would just suggest Tobias, because you raised your hand already, it's now your turn first to give your questions to the round and then already start answering Bobby's. Then the turn will go to Anna, and at the end, Bobby will also have another chance to answer questions if you have some for him. So Tobias, it's your turn.
Yeah, I have a question for both, or a reflection on, or a question to both Bobby and Anna, in the sense that we are both dealing with Eastern European whiteness, and Eastern, in Bobby's case, is also about the colonial history of Eastern Europe or Central Europe that we seldom hear about, and it's a general one in the sense that I'm wondering about when white post-colonial studies and whiteness studies and critical race studies, for that matter, have turned to Central and Eastern Europe, which is the part of Europe that is has, well, traditionally, as we all know, been less related to colonialism, race, and whiteness. Can you say something about the because we all know that this is, well, there are of course several reasons for that, but one reason is of course communism, right? And how the various communist regimes in this part of Europe imagined both colonialism and race differently from the West because of Marxists, because of a kind of a, well, very superfluous, but anyway, kind of a official anti-racism, etc. If you want to, I'm just curious about you commenting on that. And when what you said, Bobby, well, the one drop rule is for sure applicable to, well, North America, right? And in a way also to certain parts of Latin America. And yeah, well, I haven't thought about it because it would be perhaps a bit too far-fetched to apply it to the Swedish case. But anyway, I mean, yeah, this idea about immigrants, right, which de facto or in practice are non-white inhabitants of Sweden, regardless if they have immigrated or not. There is, yeah, for sure, there is something in there which might be interesting to look at, because it's absolutely, I mean, this idea, the mixed race informants in the study that I just accounted for, yeah, for sure, it's very, there is something which can be likened to that. Yeah.
Thank you, Tobias. Anna, would you like to maybe first give your questions and then give an answer to Bobby?
Thank you very much for those really insightful questions. I think I'm afraid that I need a little bit more time to myself formulate a direct question to Tobias or to Bobby, because I was taking notes. There's so many things to process, and I'm not sure that I can. I think I understood Bobby's question, which is how and if the global colonial economy plays out in mechanisms of racialization. But I'm afraid that Tobias' question escaped me. I think it was a question to both Bobby and myself. I mean, the brief answer to Bobby's question is yes, of course. I think that all of Polish history, politics, and economy and culture has been always structured by this peripheralness, which dates back to, I think, according to Wallenstein, already to the 16th century. If not earlier. And so this constant discourse of having to catch up with the West. So the West, the enlightened West. So Poland had to, always position itself with regard to whatever, I don't know about other Central and Eastern European countries. I can imagine that it's similar, but this discourse is started centuries ago, and it's still present. It has been reinforced by the post-socialism, so the transition to the new market economy, to liberal democracy, etc. And one of the biggest tragedies of this catching up discourse is that, as Bobby has shown in his presentation, Poland has caught up often with things which are, from today's perspective, a participation in, for example, the creation of as you presented, the creation of the Polish Eugenics Society was at the time considered like at the forefront of modernity. So yeah, that was one of my reflections, that this is me studying also social policy in Central and Eastern Europe, and in particular in Poland. This catching up discourse often creates the fact that Central and Eastern Europe wants to reproduce Western patterns with the good and the bad. Yeah, I think that's like what the most important reflection that I had with regard to your questions.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Anna. So then I would suggest, Sabine, that you let us know if there are questions. There are no questions. Oh, okay, so we have more time for ourselves and could continue this conversation. I'm a bit, I hope we haven't lost too many to the translation difficulties and this English spoken session. Sabine has.
Sorry about, I found a question actually, but I have to maneuver between the different streams, and there's indeed a question. Do you want me to read it to you? Yes? Okay, so someone is asking a question to Tobias regarding the Swedish context on migration refugees. Are there, Tobias, common grounds between the Swedish and the Danish migration policy, especially taking into account the Danish government's decision and measures against refugees already since 2016? So how about Sweden somehow? I mean, I'm now, this question is somehow disrupting your triangular conversation, but perhaps you could somehow, integrate it in your conversation.
Yeah, well, it's I see this as a kind of a question on facts, perhaps, and the background is that Sweden has had for decades the most generous migration policy in the West, right? And that's well known. And that's also the reason why Sweden has this super diversity in its population. And Denmark is like the opposite. It's considered to be perhaps the most, together with Australia and yeah, of course, Eastern Europe nowadays also. But in the West, at least in the old West of the Cold War, it's considered to be the Western country having the most restrictive migration policy. So traditionally, they are opposites, actually, although they are neighboring countries. However, recently, after the refugee crisis here, Sweden has gradually closed its borders, although not to the same extent as Denmark. So that would be like, kind of a factual response.
Yeah, thank you. So Sabine, give a sign if there's another question. Otherwise, Bobby raised his hand, and yeah, it's your turn, Bobby.
Yeah, I was just going to respond to Tobias' question from me regarding, I guess, what you are alluding to was the silence of race in Central and Eastern Europe. I mean, from my work, I can see that, the idea of race and racism has always been there. It's not very much different from what we have in the West. It's just that the ones that was developed in the West gradually took time, to travel around globally and also get into many parts of Central and Eastern Europe. And I think also, for example, if we start looking at race in Central and Eastern Europe, perhaps we may not be looking at, scholars within sociology or anthropology, they've not really talked so much about it. But if you look at sciences like biomedicine, biology, medical sciences, these were the fields where idea of race actually, projected itself, broadly, and again, eugenics, most really eugenicists, they came from, being, people that actually practiced, biomedicine in Central and Eastern Europe that were trained in East Germany and Soviet Russia. So the notion of race has always been there. The idea that, well, in the past, there are not many people of color in Central and Eastern Europe, therefore race indices. It's always been. I mean, again, for example, I mean, it's globally we watch television. People in Central and Eastern Europe, they see what goes on in the West. So the idea that one black person just appeared and they never seen a black person before, it's untenable. So it's just the silence of this thing, and also within academia, I don't think there is enough work being done to actually turn this thing around. So again, this gives some sort of impression that the idea of race doesn't really exist in Central and Eastern Europe. However, that is changing gradually because we're now seeing interesting historical accounts being produced by Polish historians, which is quite very, very interesting, at least for my own work. Also, we are beginning to see Polish, mixed race and white activists now coming out to actually do very interesting, amazing work about race and racism in Central and Eastern Europe. But from my own study, I just think, again, in relation to the presentation that you've just watched, I think it's very, very important. It's very, very important to have all these lived experiences. Absolutely interesting, absolutely important. At the same time, at least from my own understanding, I thought it would be good to have some kind of fundamental understanding of these things. Where has this actually emerged from? And I thought it's very, very important to, historicize the situation, to put it into historical context, that this thing has not just just happened today, not in the last 5 years, not because we have migrants just coming into Europe that it just happened. It's something that's actually been going on for centuries, and it's based, from my view, on the notion of Europeanness and non-Europeanness that plays into whiteness and also non-whiteness conditions that are actually created around a particular group of people.
Yeah, thank you so much for these expansions. And yes, Bobby, you're so right about giving us this historical roots and the sources from which even today's discourse is fed. I hope that with this panel we could at the same time show the rich and many facets of speaking about race in Europe at the same time, and even also again complicating this picture with looking to the different shades of whiteness, and also looking at the somehow invisible story and history in the Polish and other parts of Eastern Europe, European, the continent, where we don't have it in our. We're still struggling to find the right vocabulary for the situation. Maybe we have a few more minutes left, and I would be interested to ask you, especially Tobias and Bobby, another question about mixed race studies, because you both have mentioned it, and Bobby also published in the field. Mixed race studies receives a critique, actually sometimes from critical race studies, that it is undermining a field of solidarity that is actually needed in an anti-racist discourse, so that there should not be a distinction between racialization and there's this concept of mixedness would somehow be not be constructive for an emancipatory discourse. I have a feeling this doesn't work out like that easy, and that's a reason I invited you. So, what is your answer to this point? Maybe Bobby, would you like to start?
Yes. Let me start, first of all, by saying that a mixed race person is the best person to actually state their cases, whatever the situation might be. We can only attempt, to put the argument forward based on our works. So the idea that, mixed race studies undermines the notion of race, it's not really on. Because, on the one hand, we're talking about intersectionality. So if we are able to actually use the concept of intersectionality in so many ways and in so many ideas, but at the same time, mixed race studies cannot be intersected in the discussion about race. I think it's very, very, very important to have mixed race studies on its own. And there is a danger in trying to collapse everything into one. And if we collapse everything into one and just say, oh yeah, it's just of course it's all under the umbrella of race. But under that, there are so many interesting, overlapping and also different situations, going on. And that's why it's very, very important to state these cases, very, very clearly, and to have, mixed race studies. It's absolutely crucial to understanding of race. I think one thing that I may say that is very unique to mixed race studies is the idea of, again, let me just use an example that I found in Poland. So when I was in Poland, I was doing one of the interviews with one of my mixed race respondents. It was quite interesting that I was actually listening to this mixed race person. The interview was in English, but when this person was actually talking to me in English, closing my eyes, it was actually feeling like listening to a Polish person speaking in English. So there's no much different, from this, what you call mixed, what we call, at least we call a black person, into a Polish person. And again, when I look at this person that I was interviewing, well, if somebody sees both of us, we say, oh, they are black people. This person has a lot in common with a white Polish person than myself, that we look or appear similar. So the experience of a mixed race person, it's even very, very better, because these mixed race people, they are saying us, well, they are part of the entire society, but the way they're actually saying is, well, you don't actually belong. It's like, you are sort of, not fully Polish, not fully European, half white-ish, and it's a very, very difficult experience for some of these people to actually to express. Also, when I was actually doing some of these interviews with, mixed race person born and brought up in Poland, and people of non-mixed race background that move into Poland, there are two different experiences. And when I look at the emotions that came from these two different groups, the mixed race group, they found it more emotional, highly emotional, to speak about their lived experiences in Poland than people that actually moved into Poland, because they see migration as normal for them to actually, they are already prepared for some of this rejection that they're gonna get anyway. So they have sort of like coping mechanism. For a mixed race person, it's like rejecting part of yourself into somewhere else. So it's really, really important to have mixed race study, and I don't see that in any way that will undermine the actual understanding of race. If there's anything, it gives us more and better understanding of the entire concept.
Thank you, Bobby. Thank you so much. And I will take this also as the very last round of your words. And maybe, Tobias, you can add something from your perspective and have some final words, and then Anna. Thank you.
Yeah, well, very shortly, because I know the time is up. I know the critique on mixed race studies is basically that this group is the mixed race group is a problematic group in the sense that it disturbs the kind of some people would say disturbs the whole concept of people of color. It disturbs the idea of non-white solidarity, etc., etc. And for me, I mean, on a theoretical level, I see mixed race people as well as adopted people as interesting subjects to take into the field of critical race studies, because they disturb. That's so because they offer theoretical new ways of basically understanding race in a way that Bobby just referred to. I think I think we are on the same ground in that respect. At the same time, I can also understand the critique. So that's my short take on this.
Thank you so much, Tobias. And now, Anna, you have the option also to have a few last comments for us.
Thank you, but I think I don't have anything to add. I just wanted to thank all participants and Linda, you for organizing the panel. And I think that it was a really rich exchange. Thank you for that.
So, yeah, these would have been my words at this situation as well. Thank you so much. I'm really intrigued by how many insights we have gained from this. And I hope, we will continue with this conversation later. And now there will be almost half an hour of a break. And the next panel, or rather workshop talk, will be at 4:00 p.m. Thank you all so much, and see you later again. Bye.
Yeah, hello. A warm welcome to everybody out there in this planetary world to the third panel of the annual conference of the Council of Migration on Conjunctures of Racism in Europe. I welcome you all back. Some of you have spent quite a long time together with us in the different live streams and chats. It's enormous, and perhaps some of you are just coming anew. We have listened, in fact, to wonderful, insightful presentations on the deep entanglements of racial constructions in the different European contexts. We zoomed in on racial effects on the body and experiences and zoomed out somehow, shedding light on Europe's diverse histories and presence of colonial and racial rule, producing Europe as a highly fragmented and hierarchized and racialized space itself. We have also seen that also Eastern and Central European, there is a history of white supremacy and race. In this regard, race as a technology for the management of human difference seems to go perfectly hand in hand with another technology we touched upon this morning in our first panel already. That means on the border as one central technology of ordering, hierarching, differing populations. If race, as David Goldberg defines it, can be seen as a border technology, then is it equally justifiable, we have been asking us in the construction of this panel, to define the border as quintessential racial technology, producing the racial state, a racialized global mobility order, as well as national racialized migration regimes and racialized bodies, and especially with regard to reducing Europe as a white Christian space. In this regard, I and my co-convener Vasilis Tsianos, we want to share, or we want to initiate a dialogue between critical racial studies and critical border studies, whereas both in a way are producing race and the border, vice versa, as a kind of a taken for granted category. And what we want to do is somehow to unpack both categories and show the entanglements and linkages. Following the current outrageous developments at the Polish-Belarus border, where Poland, Belarus, and the EU are staging an incredible violent border spectacle, to echo a wonderful metaphor or category of Nicolas de Genoa, by performing a real battle, a war in which Poland courageously defends civilized Europe against the uncivilized Eastern Arthur and the global movements of migration and refuge. We define, and we definitely all would subscribe the statements that border and race are somehow, firmly restabilizing the other. In fact, in view of the situation at the Polish-Belarus border and the dominant militaristic narrative of migrants as hybrid weapons, destabilizing Europe, that is used to legitimize a state of emergency, massive deployment of troops and police forces at the borders, the installation of fences, the closure of borders, pushbacks, a politics of letting people die, or perhaps we should better speak at the moment, making people die by food deprivations, the denial of health care, shelter, despite the very low temperatures. We have reached again a peak, in a way, of the escalating spiral of border violence and fortification, as normalized border and migration control practices in and of the EU in the aftermath of the 2015 events. Thereby, the state not only indicates a massive refugee policy crisis, rather, as feminist post-colonial scholar Keskinen coined it, it also indicates a crisis of white supremacy and hegemony. As Stuart Hall warned us, is highly aggressive in the very moment of its defeat. Since 2015, the EU and its member states seemingly only know one answer to the challenge of global migration, that is the reduction of rights and deterrence by border fortification and the deployment of dehumanized conditions, producing borders deprived of any protection. Hence, many border study scholars speak of a necropolitical border, drawing on Arthur Member and Foucault's notion of how racial colonial power works by instituting a split, a difference between those lives worth living and those who can be exposed to death by withdrawing care and protection. When German politicians at the moment tell us that we have to suppress any human sentiments to help in light of the pictures of suffering migrants in the woods along the Polish-Belarus border, in order to be able to stage a robust answer against the threats Europe is confronted with, that finally means, in a way, to enact a politics of death. The necropolitical rationality drawing on race as a central means to dehumanize the other is quite explicitly voiced here. But has a national border, or rather has a Europeanized border regime in particular, always worked through race as we are witnessing it today? International critical border studies, as we have tried to invent and practice it in the context of TritNet as well, has made considerable efforts in the last years, not only to show that the border has to be conceptualized in a more complex, as you may put it, in a more political, social, and as well cultural, symbolic way, as a multi-layered assemblage, apparatus, or regime that is enacted on a daily level by a myriad of state and non-state actors and set far beyond the geographical borderline. In fact, some scholars speak of a deterritorialization in line with an ever finer and smarter way how the border should manage and select flows of people and goods, thereby not suppressing, rather producing different kinds of mobilities. For example, by way of the employment of digital technologies that are able to make fine differences. In this regard, we speak of the filter function of the border, which produces a differential inclusion that is always challenged by the forces and the autonomy of migration, claiming its freedom of movement. Hence, the construction of the EU border regime was seen by many of us as a primary laboratory of said processes, whereas it also very clear that the EU border regime from the very beginning in the 1980s was built on and itself reproduced a post-colonial dichotomous mobility and citizenship regime by the very construction of the free internal market with its internal space of freedom, security, and blah, blah, blah. And on the other hand, an outward regime symbolized and institutionalized by the EU external border and its accompanying regimes of mobility rights and statuses, inter alia the so-called Common European Asylum System. Whereas the new EU border, as Bernd Kasparek could show, has remained rather underdefined for a very long time. Additionally, dozens of empirical studies have demonstrated that this EU border regime has to be imagined much more as a constant repair work and reactive machine with shifting paradigms and rationalities. And some of us have argued that it was the humanitarization and the Euridification of the European border regime in the years prior to 2015 that made 2015 and the long summer of migration possible. On the other hand, the European border regime was always haunted by some highly racialized imaginaries, and some mobilities inside and outside of the wide European project have been firmly categorized through race, as several scholars have shown, for example, in respect of the continuing hysteria over mobilities from Africa that has legitimized, as Lauren Landau puts it, unprecedented levels of peacetime defensive actions in recent years, but also in respect of inner European groups and mobilities, for example, from Bulgaria or Romania. Insofar, race and the global post-colonial racial order were always lingering around, so to speak, to be easily activated for the EU border regime to do the border work. And on the other hand, the border regime as a main way inside of performing sovereign and coercive power was also always there to institute, reproduce the racial order, be it in the neoliberal sense of diversity or of white supremacy. Insofar, we could say, echoing Claudia Arandon, that both institutions of producing and managing difference have been happily married with each other. But again, are they the same? Is the border not thinkable without race and vice versa? To shed more empirical light and discuss the interconnections between the border and the racial apparatus in more differentiated and nuanced ways, we invited to our panel talk discussion today 4 scholars with deep empirical insights and experiences in different regional settings of the European border regimes and who have lately contributed a lot to the increasing debate on the very entanglement between the border and the racial order, or to put it differently, the recent conjuncture of the racialization of the border regime. We will start with a 20 to 30 minutes presentation by Nicolas de Genova, who has intensely worked on the European question and the borders of Europe, just to name 2 titles of his recent publications, and who has just recently also co-edited a volume on Roma migrants in the European Union. Thereby, he constantly reminds us of the colonial legacies and the racial implications and impregnations of the border regimes of Western geopolitical powers. For him, 2015 and the ongoing crisis talk, as he puts it, rather indicate also a racial crisis as a consequence of migration, provoking for Europe a long overdone confrontation with itself, as he put it. At the moment, Nicolas holds a chair of the Department of Comparative Cultural Studies at the University of Houston, and we just learned that in Houston it's 9 o'clock in the morning. Before he went back to the States, he held several teaching appointments, visiting professorships and research positions in Europe at King's College, London, Goldsmiths University of London, as well as at Bern and Amsterdam. During his time in the UK, he actively pushed 2 collective writing projects that became published as New Keywords, Migration and Borders, and Europe Crisis, New Keywords of the Crisis in and of Europe, published in 2016. Several of his border and migration-related conceptualizations like deportability or border spectacle, and his insisting on the autonomy of migration and migration struggles are indispensable theoretical and analytical instruments of critical migration and border studies. Please welcome warmly with me Nicolas, and as we cannot do it in live, I'm now clapping my hands for the whole audience. After Nicolas' input, we will have 3 further, much shorter inputs by Ashrat Iskaye, Carolina Agostova from UK universities, as well as Leslie Koswurzen from Yale University, enriching our debate with recent ethnographic insights in different border zones. Ashrat Iskaye is an interdisciplinary researcher at the Department of Geography and Planning of the University of Liverpool. His major research interests are in informal migration into Europe, as well as the politics of race and immigration in Europe and the UK. Especially his more recent work on informal migration to the UK via Calais, and we just learned today that there has been a big ship incident with 31 people dying. The situation there at the so-called jungle at the French side has led him to theoretical interests in racialization, as well as the work of liberal governance in producing violence against migrants and asylum seekers. With colleagues and comrades such as Carolina, he has written a number of articles on these topics, including in Antiport Ethnic and Racial Studies and Critical Public Health. With colleagues Tom Davis and Jelena Obradovich-Wochnik, an activist at No Name Kitchen, he was a recipient of the Antiport Scholar Activist Prize in 2018. Carolina Agostova is co-author of the eye-opening paper Liberal Violence and the Racial Borders of the European Union, recently completed her PhD in Sociology and International Relations at Aston University of Birmingham, with a thesis on border violence against refugees along the European Union border with Bosnia and Herzegovina. Carolina is currently an ECRC postdoctoral researcher at Aston, and her monograph, Games and Pushbacks Along the Balkan Route, is forthcoming soon. Carolina's findings and co-written reports on border violence have also been cited in prominent media platforms like the New York Times, and have a kind of an interventionist side. We are very grateful that you both managed to be with us and share with us your partly shocking insights into the state of racialized border violence. With Leslie Cross-Wurtzen, we have another border studies scholar with us with deep ethnographic insights in another border region that was years ago the hotspot of border struggles. So as time is changing, also the hotspots are changing, namely Morocco. And only recently, also Morocco used the migration card, so to speak, and its ascribed role as a gatekeeper to Europe, and opened its gates to the Spanish enclaves Ceuta and Melilla, trying to force Spain to some diplomatic concessions. Leslie is a postdoctoral associate with the Council on African Middle East Studies and a faculty fellow in the Center for Race, Indigeneity, and Transnational Migration. Leslie received her PhD in geography from Clark University in 2020, and her book entitled Bordering Blackness, Race, Migration, and the Political Economy of Violence is just about to come out soon. Leslie, is it correct? Okay, we are waiting for this book. Insofar, Leslie will turn our attention to another racial dimension of the EU border regime and shows how the EU border regime, with its main politics of externalizing its control practices and rationalities to transit countries and countries of origin, is kind of exporting its racial logics and racial effects to places like Morocco, not less structured by colonial racial legacies and hierarchies. But before we enter into these different regional settings and this deep ethnographic and empirical findings, I would like to give the floor to Nicolas to have a more of a lengthy and more theoretical overview paper for us. Please, Nicolas.
Well, thank you.
The floor is yours.
Thank you, Sabina. Thank you, Vasilis, and thank you to all the organizers. I'm pleased to be here. It's also a pleasure to share the platform with Arshad and Leslie and Carolina. And I've been asked to speak slowly for the sake of translation. So I will do my best to do that, and at the same time somehow manage to stay within the 30 minutes. So it's a delicate balancing act. With no further ado, the title for my paper today is called Rebordering the European Racial Order, Nationalism, Populism, Europeanism. And I want to dwell on this title because part of what I want to do in the beginning of the paper is to unpack the title, Rebordering the European Racial Order, Nationalism, Populism, Europeanism. To speak of the rebordering of the European racial order, one must acknowledge a few working premises or presuppositions. It's worthwhile to make these explicit. First, there is a social order, or indeed a socio-political order, that exists on the scale of Europe, which is to say, on a geopolitical scale that is given or assumes the name of Europe, for which an ideology of Europeanness is a defining force. This socio-political order does not simply happen to have evolved in a particular geographical location that happens to be known as Europe, and therefore takes place in that place called Europe. No, on the contrary, those social and political relations have produced a space that over time comes to be called Europe, and have invested that space with a constellation of ideas, meanings, and projects, which themselves have been dedicated over time to cultivating, sustaining, and upholding various notions of the putative Europeanness of this space, its identity as, quote unquote, Europe. This process of investing the space called Europe with these multifarious notions of Europeanness can be appropriately characterized as Europeanism. To recognize just how naturalized and normative, indeed regulatory, this ideology of Europeanness is, one need only contemplate the counterfactual but objectively true proposition that geographically speaking, Europe is in fact nothing more than a Western subcontinent of Asia. Hence, Europe is not a natural or objective fact of geography. It is a social and political fact, a fact of geopolitical history, the history of the production of a space called Europe and invested over time with a variety of contentious claims to Europeanness. This has perhaps never been more abundantly evident than over the last few decades during the era of European integration and the consolidation of the European Union. Still, and notwithstanding the plainly political discrepancies between what is the Europe of the EU and what is Europe as such, much of the ideological work of the European project, and here I want to emphasize that I'm introducing a peculiar usage, the EU-European project. So I will make that exaggerated pronunciation in order to emphasize that I'm talking about the Europe of the EU at certain moments. The EU-European project has been devoted precisely to naturalizing and normalizing that presumptive equation of Europe with the EU. Consequently, much like the methodological nationalism that has long plagued social and political inquiry, an already established methodological Europeanism has by now come to be deeply conflated with a comparable methodological EU-Europeanism. Nonetheless, we must also admit that none of this work of naturalizing and normalizing this thing called Europe is ever predetermined or automatically assured of success. It is riddled with contradictions and conflicts, and perhaps more than ever before is vexed by what I have previously designated to be the European question. Hence, to repeat a first premise of this essay is nevertheless that there is indeed a European social order. Second, this European social order is in fact a racial order. That is to say, race is a decisive and constitutive dimension of the socio-political relations assembled, orchestrated, and regimented under the sign of Europe. This proposition is likely to still be controversial for many people, above all for many people self-identified as so-called Europeans, for a variety of reasons. The most important of these reasons is that an official and sanctimonious disavowal of racism remains an intransigent, self-satisfied centerpiece of the explicit ideology that upholds the hegemonic notion of so-called European values as coterminous with such exalted ideals as democracy, the rule of law, human rights, and so forth. The entrenched habits whereby questions of racism in European contexts have pervasively been reduced to the historical experience of the Nazi Holocaust are crucial, as David Theo Goldberg demonstrates, to the peculiar European historical amnesia whereby Europe's colonial history and legacy dissipate, if not disappear. Furthermore, this reductionistic equation of racism with the experience and ideologies of European fascism remarkably serves to recuperate and sustain a dominant contemporary notion of Europe that is, paradoxically, disarticulated even from one of the most significant episodes of European history in Europe. It is truly a kind of magical wish fulfillment whereby Europe might be cleansed and sanitized of European history, purified and enshrouded in the glorious halo of a redemptive mythology. The European ideological quest for redemption from European history is, of course, profoundly shaped by race, which is nonetheless why there continues to be such a stubborn conspiracy of silence and denial around any frank confrontation with questions of race. Goldberg has incisively depicted the European intellectual and political context as exemplary of, as he puts it, what happens when no category is available to name a set of experiences that are linked to racial arrangements and engagements, a case study in the frustrations, delimitations, and injustices of political racelessness, end quote. This European political racelessness relies on the presumptive and ultimately cynical elision of the analytical concept of race with the essentialist conceits of racism, as if any discussion of race is automatically suspect because that is plainly the language of the racists and hence intrinsically illegitimate. It is therefore necessary to clarify that I'm in no sense advancing an essentialist proposition about race as any kind of real, pseudo-natural, phenotypic, quasi-biological category of difference among distinct categories or varieties of human being. Rather, this usage of the analytical category of race is an insistence on the eminently social and political reality of race as a defining and organizing principle for the historical production of difference, inequality, and hierarchy within the global regime of capital accumulation. To make the point somewhat differently, capitalism has always been, from its inception, racial capitalism, to use a phrase first proposed by Cedric Robinson, which has more recently come into wider use. Capitalism has been consolidated historically only through conquest, genocide, colonialism, and enslavement, which came to be rationalized on the basis of ideologies of race that materially and practically bolstered a colonial sociopolitical order of white supremacy. Furthermore, capitalism continues to require a global post-colonial sociopolitical regime of white supremacy. While none of this is reducible to Europe or Europeans, it is nevertheless indisputable that Europeans played a leading role in this history. Indeed, Europe as such is inconceivable outside of this long history of colonial capitalism, which has been foundational for the wealth, power, and prestige of Europe, and thus constitutive of the very idea of Europe. Therefore, even as it dissimulates its own racial character, the European sociopolitical order is in fact a racial order. Now, a third premise. The space of Europe is a space demarcated by borders, even as those borders have always been and remain intrinsically unstable and subject to contestation. That's to say, the space of Europe is a bordered space where we must understand bordering to be an active process, inextricable from the larger socio-political production of that space. A border, therefore, appears to be a thing like objective reality, but it is in fact the objectification of a great confluence of border making and border enforcing activities, which is to say, in other words, that bordering is labor, and borders are simply the ever contingent products of that labor. As with Marx's discussion of the commodity, we may also say of a border that it appears at first sight an extremely obvious, trivial thing, but its analysis brings out that it is a very strange thing, abounding in metaphysical subtleties and theological niceties. Thus, there is also a fetishism of borders, whereby borders only assume the form of appearance of fixed and inert realities with a power of their own as a result of the reification of human productive powers and creative capacities. Moreover, as in the capital-labor relation, the process of the production of borders is fraught with antagonism and the potential for conflict. Hence, borders emerge as the effect of struggles, with their particular configuration profoundly shaped by the repeated contests and disputes that arise between the autonomy of human mobility and the tactics and technologies of border control, policing, and enforcement. The work of bordering ordinarily tends to be associated with the work of states seeking to exert their sovereignty, but it may also refer sometimes to non-state competitors for sovereign power, be they smuggling networks, organized criminal syndicates, military occupation forces, or international coalitions engaged in military interventions, or local militias, paramilitaries, or insurgent guerrilla movements engaged in the struggle over state territory that arise, struggles over state territory that arise in the context, for example, of civil wars, among others, which may be more or less permanent features of any given border regime. The metaphysics of borders, to adapt Marx's phrase, serve to uphold and reinforce the secular theology of the state's exaltation of its sovereign power, which is always merely a fetishized objectification of the power of human life itself, estranged and inverted as an alien power. It has become customary to discern the premier theological expression of state power and sovereignty, as it has long been articulated, through nationalism. But the nation form of the state is not the only one. Prior to the virtually universal modularization of nationalism, largely as a consequence of decolonization and the consolidation of what Nandita Sharma has called the post-colonial world order, the principal form of state power on a global scale previously was imperial. And in the case of the supranational quasi-state form of the EU, there is an undeniable analogy to the theological niceties of nationalism that may properly be designated as Europeanism. The borders of Europe, therefore, are implicated materially and practically in the production of a space called Europe, but they're also inseparable from the metaphysics of Europeanism, the fetishized ideological projection of Europe, and the devout faith in something called Europeanness or European identity, which never ceases to reveal itself to be a post-colonial formation of racial whiteness. Moreover, if the European racial order is indeed inextricable from the production and enforcement of the borders of Europe, then the analysis of such acts of bordering have much to contribute to deepening our understandings of racism in Europe. A fourth premise of my paper, inasmuch as bordering is an activity, a kind of work, it is also an open-ended process that implies a continuous iterative process of rebordering, precisely because they emerge as the products of struggles that are never predetermined. Borders are not made once and for all time. Rather than fixed and inert things, They are always contingent objectifications of the work and struggles of border making and border enforcement, as well as the acts of defiance and the tactics of subversion arising from the incorrigible subjective force of autonomous human mobilities and the various human infrastructures dedicated to facilitating those movements, which operate to disrupt, destabilize, and undo borders. Hence, bordering, in fact, implies a constant process of rebordering. Finally, then, a fifth premise: the European racial order and the European border regime are inextricably interconnected and co-constituted. Border regimes are apparatuses for the production of territorially defined state spaces. As I've already suggested, they need not be reductively presumed to be the exclusive purview of states, but may encompass a plurality of contenders for sovereign power over the larger configuration and control of a border zone. The production of the territory upon which a state imposes its authority and defines its jurisdiction is nonetheless inseparable from its production of the borders of such a territory. Furthermore, the state's production of its territory as state space is inherent and foundational for its capacity to rule over the people inhabiting the space defined by its borders. A state's border regime, therefore, is inextricable from its capacity to constitute the inevitably heterogeneous population inhabiting its territory into a people, with a capital P, a people or nation, from which it purports to derive its putative democratic sovereignty and legitimacy. The bordering of the space of the state is thus always already also the bordering of the people, and the state fashions, that the state fashions as its proper nation. This is plainly no less true for an avowedly supranational or so-called post-national formation of sovereign power such as the EU, for which the vexations of a viably transnational citizenship and supranational mechanisms of representative government have long been a central preoccupation. Surely the very notion of Europeanness tends to signal, at least implicitly, the presumption that there is indeed some sort of plausible unity, stability, or consistency to the notion of a European people. To the extent that it has sought to install and constantly refortify an ever more integrated and harmonized border regime, the EU then, despite its post-national pretensions, is therefore deeply implicated in not only the production of a European space, but also the production of a European people. If, as I've already suggested, that phantom figure of the people of Europe, a people that may be identified as genuinely or legitimately European, has only emerged historically as a post-colonial formation of racial whiteness, as a colonial formation and a post-colonial formation of racial whiteness, however, then the contemporary work of rebordering Europe is truly inseparable from the simultaneous contemporary work of re-racializing Europeanness and reanimating the equation of Europeanness and whiteness. With these working premises, I would like to focus on the rebordering of the European racial order in terms of its implications for a critical appraisal of the continuum of nationalism, populism, and Europeanism. Let's consider the most prominent recent example of the well-worn discourse of crisis surrounding migrants and refugees at the borders of Europe. Since the United States' final evacuation of Afghanistan in August of this year, ending 20 years of military occupation and immediately provoking the collapse of the Afghan government and the return to power of the Taliban, the EU has been embroiled in a renewed wave of hysteria around migration and refugees focused on the EU's borders with Belarus. This panic arose as soon as a few handfuls of Afghan refugees arrived by air in Germany, but quickly came to be centered on the Belarusian land border with Poland. By November, there were several thousand migrants and refugees, predominantly from Iraqi Kurdistan, escorted to the EU borders of Latvia, Lithuania, and Poland by Belarusian authorities, who intermittently also materially assisted the migrants in their efforts to break through the borders, but also cynically abandoned and entrapped them there in makeshift camps where people were exposed to the perils of hunger, lack of sanitation, and increasingly harsh weather. Poland and Lithuania quickly declared states of emergency and prohibited journalists and humanitarian aid workers from accessing the border zones. The reactions of the EU border states, particularly Poland, were fiercely intransigent and unapologetically violent, including the use of tear gas and water cannons in the freezing temperatures, while confidently asserting in media and social media publicity campaigns, "We defend Europe," #We defend Europe. In various communiques from the far-right nationalist Polish prime minister, the standoff was described as war. The Polish National Bank even announced that it plans to issue new commemorative coins and banknotes to pay homage to the defense of the Polish eastern border. The officials of the EU notably endorsed the same script, denouncing the Belarusian ploy to weaponize, quote unquote, weaponize migration in what quickly came to be routinely described as so-called hybrid warfare. The EU Commissioner for Home Affairs, Eva Johansson, proclaimed, "This area between Poland and Belarus borders is not a migration issue, but part of the aggression of the Belarusian dictator, Lukashenko, with the aim to destabilize the EU." Likewise, Ursula von der Leyen, the president of the European Commission, declared that this was a hybrid attack, not a migration crisis. Hence, as the death toll rose among migrants and refugees encamped at the borders of the EU, trapped between the armed forces of Belarus and the EU's frontline border guard states, the official position of Europe has been cynical denial and callous disregard. This is not a migration issue. This is not a migration crisis. The particular phrase migration crisis is by now indeed an overdetermined discursive fixture of the European political lexicon, affiliated ideologically with the events and aftermath of 2015. Indeed, across the mainstream political spectrum, from one EU member state to the next, and also at the highest levels of EU governance, and official denials notwithstanding, there has nonetheless been a resounding unanimity. 2015 must not be repeated. With this unequivocal reference to the so-called migration and refugee crisis of that year, the mere invocation of 2015, in quotes, has ubiquitously come to serve as a code word for the collapse of EU-European border control, provoked by the incorrigible and irrepressible autonomy and subjective force of migration. Furthermore, we can say that 2015, in quotes, has become a kind of hieroglyphic, an ideogram akin to 9/11, not merely signaling a particular historical moment and the succession of events during that time period, but an ideological condensation, implicitly communicating an elaborate and sedimented narrative of mass migrant and refugee border crossing as collective European trauma. Bruce Franklin, the US historian, notes with regard to US political oratory and popular culture that the word Vietnam came to no longer refer to a country or its people at all, but instead had become merely the name of a war, a haunting memory, indeed, an American tragedy. In this self-serving and self-deluding fantasy, as scholar Richard Falk has suggested poignantly, the Vietnamese are typically treated as an alien and cruel backdrop for an essentially American encounter with death and dying. It seems apt to see that 2015 has come to be similarly fashioned as a vexed and haunting memory, wherein migrants and refugees fleeing war, persecution, and misery similarly have been complacently reduced to the intrusive alien backdrop for what is presented as a European tragedy or trauma. Thus, with the ritualistic incantation, 2015 must not be repeated, the political establishment of Europe shamelessly recapitulates the rallying cry of the anti-immigrant racists of the so-called populist far right, and professes its devout Europeanist faith that there once was an unruly convulsion of migration, but never again. This obsession with ensuring that no border struggle be allowed to escalate into a new large-scale influx of migrant and refugee asylum seekers, therefore, has a unanimous and univocal meaning. The borders of Europe must be enforced at all costs, and human mobilities that could challenge those borders must be blocked and excluded by any means available. This compulsive reflex of bordering Europe, of course, leaves the EU rather compromised, as its borders become a permanent source of anxiety and overreaction. The Belarusian manipulation and deployment of the autonomy of migrant subjectivities for its own geopolitical purposes, its so-called weaponization of migration, has in fact been a replay of a familiar and already well-established tactic in the so-called European neighborhood. After many years of plying illiberal states with exorbitant funding to police the perimeters of Europe against migrants, commonly with vicious cruelty, several of these junior partners subcontracted as de facto externalized EU border guards have learned to leverage their service to the European project to their own advantage. Indeed, Belarus's cynical complicity and facilitation of the autonomous forces of human mobility, first by easing visa restrictions and then by funneling migrants and refugees to the borders in order to put geopolitical pressure on its EU neighbors, remarkably resembles precisely what Turkey did last year in February of 2020. Notoriously, in reaction, the Greek border police resorted to extraordinarily cruel methods to punish and humiliate border crossers in the hallowed name of defending Europe's borders, much as Poland has done recently. Likewise, earlier this year, in May, following a geopolitical dispute between Morocco and Spain over Morocco's long-standing territorial conflict with Mauritania over the Western Sahara region, Moroccan border police, who ordinarily serve dutifully as externalized, subcontracted EU border enforcers, abruptly opened the land border with Spain in Ceuta, allowing approximately 12,000 migrants and refugees to rush through the heavily fortified razor wire barricades with which Europe faces the African continent. Much like Morocco and other countries for whom serving as the junior partners of the EU's externalized regime of border policing has been an enormously lucrative proposition, Turkey famously capitalized upon the EU's disarray and alarm in the face of the events of 2015 through its negotiation of the notorious EU-Turkey deal of 2016, helping to convert the Greek hotspot detention camps, originally instituted as so-called emergency reception centers, into appallingly overcrowded concentration camps. As we know, that particular European disgrace culminated very predictably in disaster when the Moria camp on Lesbos burnt down last year, expelling approximately 13,000 migrant and refugee residents to flee in terror, only to be blocked by armed gangs of local fascists from entering neighboring towns and forced to sleep on the rural roadsides. Meanwhile, even as Moria was burning, Greek coast guards policing the maritime border were engaged in illegal pushbacks on the Aegean Sea, interdicting unseaworthy migrant boats and rafts and forcibly dragging them and abandoning them on the open sea in Turkish waters. The violence of the borders of Europe literally converts or reconverts migrants and refugees into refugees anew, as they are subjected to and frequently contained within an ever more violent obstacle course that can only be transgressed at the risk of their lives. Hence, the continuous project of rebordering the space of Europe has become indistinguishable from an institutionalized and therefore increasingly banal normalization of militarized hostility to migration, or more precisely, hostility to migrants and refugees, whose humble autonomous mobility projects represent not only an exaggerated and scandalous affront to the pretensions of sovereign power of the EU and the European nation states, but whose very bodies and being are ever more casually and callously presumed to be undesirable, unsavory, and menacing. It is indeed this sort of debasement of quote-unquote migrants that is necessary to authorize, rationalize, and legitimate the border violence that subjugates them and, in effect, demotes them to a subhuman status. When we recognize that this European animosity to migrants and refugees finally operates on no other basis than that they are non-Europeans, when we recognize that this European animosity to migrants and refugees finally operates on no other basis than that they are non-Europeans, however, then we must also recognize that their preemptive rejection, their routine degradation, and subjection to atrocity, not uncommonly resulting in physical mutilation and premature death, is also a rebordering of the European racial order. Rebordering Europe becomes inseparable from the ongoing racialized production of the people of Europe. Enshrouded with an inclusive, egalitarian, and democratic aura, the fetish figure of the people is the ultimate source of legitimacy for the sovereign conceits of every modern democratic republic. Conventionally, such discourses of state sovereignty were predicated upon a notion of the innate sovereign power and natural-born right of self-government that was ascribed to the nation. Hence, state sovereignty was a mode for cannibalizing the heterogeneous powers of human life as such, and canalizing those powers into their alienated perversion as the sovereign power attributed to a fictive figure, the unitary and homogenized figure of the people, now summarily dislocated from its spectral vestiture in the people and transposed into the so-called national sovereignty of the state. Ultimately then, rather than the state arising as the natural and inexorable political expression of a pre-political, quasi-natural, and already existing so-called nation, the state is in fact engaged in a foundational but also continuous and incessant project of producing a people in its own image. Importantly, this elusive fetish figure of the people, so customarily equated with the nation, is also the ultimate referent for every populism. Indeed, populist movements are fundamentally engaged in various efforts to reborder the people and thereby realign the prerogatives of the state with the putative will and interests of the people. Hence, if populist political movements tend to be articulated as projects of anti-immigrant hostility and even outright racism, this requires us to interrogate how borders themselves are implicated in a wider metaphysics that tends to naturalize the putative national, or alternately for our purposes, European identity of the people as an essentialized figure of shared ancestry and common kinship, which is deeply consonant with the logic of race. In other words, if populist assertions of national or indeed European identity are commonly inextricable from affirmations of racialized difference, this is because the more fundamental work of borders as means for the production of the spatialized difference serves to uphold a metaphysics of state sovereignty that is itself deeply entangled with the production of racialized difference. Alongside the efflorescence of nationalist populisms, consequently, we have likewise witnessed the inexorable rise of new populist movements explicitly and emphatically predicated on an overtly racial Europeanism. Indeed, these populist Europeanisms are merely alternative, sometimes discrepant, but fundamentally analogous iterations of the larger Europeanism that animates the EU project as such. Both seek to assert priorities and prerogatives for rebordering the space of Europe in a manner that is inseparable from rebordering the people of Europe, and thus rebordering the European racial order. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Nicolas, for this really thick and differentiated outline somehow historical, theoretical of Europeanness, European racial order, and how it is linked to rebordering, and you ended up with a link to the populism and populist uprisings, and how it has to be reconnected to what is happening at the borderscapes. Carolina, you have been highly active and involved in critical ethnographic research along the Balkan route, and probably it's one space where border violence there has been an explosion somehow of border violence and a very overt disobedience of the rule of law and international and European standards. I mean, this is probably also something what we could touch upon, that it's such overt and explicit, this kind of violent spectacle or spectacle of violence, what this means. But please, Carolina, the floor is yours that we can have somehow from theory now to some empirical insights how it is worked out.
Yes, thank you very much. I just want to double check firstly if everyone can hear me and see my presentation. Yeah, is this can you see it and hear me? Perfect. I'm just going to move the screen. Yeah, I mean, thank you so much, Nicholas, for introducing all these ideas and concepts. And I think there are so many different ideological logics that definitely apply to what I'm going to talk about today. And let me just zoom into one specific border from all that broad introduction that Nicholas was discussing. And exactly as you, Sabine, mentioned, I'm going to talk about violence. And the way how militarized hostility that Nicholas talked about can very much function on the ground and affect everyday life and movement of people who are stranded at specific border. As you can see on this graphics on the cover, that was on my cover presentation, that was designed by my friend and colleague Jake Sapo from No Name Kitchen and Border Violence Monitoring Network. It's graphics of the Balkan route, the so-called Balkan route, and specifically focused on Bosnia and Herzegovina, which in 2018 became the latest, let's say, hotspot of the migration or forced mobility, which has been shaped by violence and pushback across the whole Balkan route. So let me just say firstly that what I'm going to talk about draws on 8 months of, let's say, ethnographic fieldwork in Bosnian makeshift camps, where I was living in border zone and daily volunteering with the organization that Sabine already mentioned and that Arshad and Tom Davies also cooperate with, which is the No Name Kitchen. And I was also part of the Border Violence Monitoring Network, which was trying to daily monitor the testimonies of especially direct and brutal forms of violence, and which right now has currently collected the testimonies of 30,000 people across different European borders, internal but also external. But firstly, before moving to the key theme of how actually this violence and race interconnect at the border, let me just say that how actually violence functions and in which form it takes place at the Bosnian-Croatian border. I mean, there are two key terms that I should introduce when discussing this topic, and these are games and pushbacks. I think that most of the people who conducted research or visited the so-called Balkan route have encountered these terms. Games is the terminology developed or used by people on the move who attribute that to unauthorized border crossing due to the lack of legal and safe passages. Unfortunately, I don't have space to talk about why this term emerged and elaborate on that, but this term is very much connected to everyday attempts of trying to cross the border either in groups of people or with the help of smugglers, as we observe across all borders worldwide. But the responses, the most common responses at this border are pushbacks from the EU territory. It's not just Croatia, but also Slovenia and sometimes Italy that people reach from Bosnia and Herzegovina. But after they're illegally deported, they're forced over a border back to non-EU zone to Bosnia and Herzegovina. And these practices are often accompanied by direct use of violence, including the instances of torture, but also direct violence against people's possessions. As you can see on this photo, these destroyed phones. If you move around makeshift camps in Bosnia and Herzegovina, you often can encounter more destroyed phones than actually the phones that function. The police also often withdraw people's resources, such as money. They steal their money or clothes. But often the police patrols use sexual and psychological violence. But this violence continues in makeshift camps. As you can see on this photo, this is the so-called Trnovi camp, where I was spending 8 months. And so this camp doesn't exist anymore. But at the time of its existence, it was obvious when you move around and when you talk with people who were just pushed back from Croatia or from the EU zones, most of the time you can see that the violence doesn't end after they're pushed back, but it continues for more structural, let's say, forms when they're withdrawn the state aid, and they often don't have any access to get medical support or medical help, which means that if they have open bleeding wounds, for example, they're often infected in these camps. And these injuries are often very much impossible to heal in the conditions of these camps quite fast. So people continue navigating this violence. But because I have 10 minutes, I'm going to move very quickly to the key theme of this conference, which is race and how actually it plays in violence at this specific border. I mean, I would like to just say that there is definitely race, but in interconnections or in intersections with other social categories, for example, the category of gender or family status and so forth. I'm just going to read quickly two interview transcripts or just two parts from the interviews. One is presented by a woman. I call her Marva, which is not her real name, and another one is presented by a man. Marva said that during the pushback from Slovenia, she said that the Slovenian police that she was a Muslim and she refused to take off her clothes and a scarf. However, the officer forced her to strip naked and aggressively removed her scarf while calling her by bad names in Slovenian language and saying that here is Europe and no Afghanistan, no Islam. But after moving to the presentations about pushbacks by men, you could observe very much involvement of the direct violence, which was not so often used against women. This man said that the Croatian police during the pushbacks, they kept beating me and beating me. For a moment, one stopped because he was tired from beating me, but others continued the beatings. I started shouting out loud for Jesus to help me and saying a prayer because he was a Christian. And suddenly they stopped and let me go. So you can see that racialized gender with intersections with other social categories very much creates diverse homogeneous labels upon people are racialized in a way and justify and violence against them is justified. For example, in the camps or in border zones, I could encounter often homogeneous label of Arab Muslim single men, which were not produced only by border patrols or the border architecture, but also humanitarian system and humanitarian organizations who often label men as a single man and prescribe them different categories, despite their tremendous differences, and although they never identify themselves within these labels. There is a huge discrepancy between racialized masculinity and vulnerability, leading to beatings and torture when men try to, or racialized men try to object to the system which doesn't recognize them. as people who can apply for asylum. But also, as I said, women were not so much prone to experience direct violence and torture, but more sexual violence, which we can see in war zones and in different racialized violence across the world, not only in migration context. What I found interesting was that often people understood and recognized the way how European migration and border controls make sense about their, let's so-called, race, and they incorporated these assumptions into their survival modes and strategies when they were trying to cross the border. For example, there was one man who said to me that he wanted to cross the border with his friend from southern Algeria. However, he felt ashamed when he was telling me that I cannot go with this person because he obviously has a dark face, and when we are spotted, we will be immediately attacked and pushed back. So I need to go with someone who has light face color. Also, Muslim men often said that they shaved their beards before they started trying to cross the border, or others were trying to pretend that they were Christians and very much conceal their religion, which is different to the major European religion. For example, they wore a necklace with a cross.
Mm-hmm.
But it's really important to say that there are different overlapping layers of racialization when we are speaking about a specific border between Bosnia and Croatia. And this is very much important to eliminate and not to only focus on people on the move who suddenly appeared at this border, but go a bit further also what's happening on the local level and how people from the so-called Balkans and the region are racialized in a very similar way. Let me just say that the term Balkans was invented in the 18th century by Western travelers, and it has been used by Western powers to label Southeastern European region as a homogeneous region that is economically backward and it's primitive and barbarian, which especially Maria Todorova examines in her book. So in this way, the Balkans was not always Balkans, but it was more Balkanized by European cultural imaginations about the region. In this way, also what is interesting is that the Southeastern Europe presented something which would be called Europe's First Orient. It was a template how Western Europe would ultimately perceive the entire non-Western world, including the Middle East and Asia and countries from where people on the move are escaping from across this region. This image was very much reinforced during the Yugoslav wars, when the brutality of the wars was often presented in media or in public discourse as something inherently Balkan, something very much caused by ethnicity and by brutality of the Balkan and its people, which resulted in perceiving Southeastern Europe by the EU as a zone that needs a constant surveillance. So when we are looking at this border, it's important to say that Bosnian-Croatian border is not just the EU's external and internal border, but it's a border which is a symbolic line between the EU and the Balkans, Islam and Christianity, order and disorder. And why I'm saying this is because it has these cultural imaginations had very much material impact on what was happening on the ground. So firstly, these assumptions are very useful to conceal and displace violence against the people on the move from the EU space to a place where violence is culturally normal, and it makes this violence invisible in the EU. This became apparent, for example, when one international volunteer who came to the makeshift camp and who was volunteering with us said, well, I'm not surprised that this violence against refugees is happening because, this is the Balkans. So who would be surprised? This is the area of violence. However, of course, violence is inflicted on the other side of the border in the liberal and post-racial Europe that Nicholas was actually speaking about this construct and how it was made. And also this paradox was often highlighted by people who were living in makeshift camps and who were subjected to pushbacks by themselves when they often were raising question after the pushback, well, is this really Europe? How come that this practice is used in Europe and so forth? At the end, I just want to say, key points just to conclude. So in this way, assumptions about race allow violence to operate with no visible marks, as migrants' lives are culturally imagined as not quite lives, as not quite refugees, especially in terms when it interconnects with gender, as Butler would say. However, moving it a bit further, also their injured bodies are displaced to not quite European places, the Balkans, where violence supposedly belongs. So it's not so shocking. Mm-hmm. But narratives about race do not only legitimize border violence, but it also reinforces European power and identity, similar to how other forms of racism and violence functioned in the history. So violence against racialized people on the move is also a process of this struggle of debalkanization and Europeanization in Croatia, when Croatia is using this violence, especially to prove that its rightful place in Europe and eventually join the Schengen zone. As often it was highlighted by Croatian state authorities who said, look, but we very protect the borders of the European Union. So we deserve to have the place in the Schengen zone. I just spent, just to say before we end, I just spent 1 year conducting research and living in Turkey. I was spending time at the Iran-Turkey border, which provides very similar and complex layers of racialization of not only people who are passing this border, but also Kurds who live at this border. And increasingly, the EU is very much present within this externalization approach. And as Nicolas said, I mean, everyone is right now scared to repeat 2015 migration crisis after the Taliban took control over Afghanistan. And this is the entry point where Afghans are fleeing towards Europe. So maybe we can leave this to the final discussion and we can elaborate on that a bit more. But thank you so much for giving me the floor. And I will just finish sharing my screen. And I will give place to Arshad, who I'm sure he's going to more elaborate some broader theoretical and analytical implications that we address in our paper about how this violence is not only racialized, but also it plays within the center of liberal ideas about Europe.
Arshad, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And again, thanks for the invite. And it's really great to be here on a panel with Carolina, Leslie, and Nicholas as well. I'm going to take off from where Carolina left off, really. And just to also add that the work that sort of I'm presenting is a collaboration between myself, Carolina, Augusta, who's obviously here as well, and Jelena Brodovich-Wachnik, Tom Davies, who can't be here, but they also work with us in our projects. Carolina's very helpfully gone into detail about some of the types of brutal racial violence that refugees and asylum seekers suffer when they seek to cross the EU through the Bosnian and Croatian border. It's important to remember that this is funded by the European Union. I mean, we identified between 2014 and 2019 just under 150 million euros being spent in Croatia alone on border security. And without Frontex's equipment, tracking technology, thermal cameras, watchtowers, drones, aerial footage from spy planes, security dogs, these interceptions, those violent interceptions would not be possible. And as Carolina indicated, EU officials have known about it for years. In fact, I recall one interview that we did with an EU official where he said that what Croatia was doing was tied specifically to joining the Schengen zone, that in order to do so, Croatia would have to bare its teeth, right? So when we wrote this paper, we were sort of, drawing on our own fieldwork and Carolina's extensive fieldwork as well, and also our experiences in Calais, which I'll draw upon a bit later. We were very much animated by this question about how is it that brutal racial violence can be sustained within and between institutions and states that self-identify as upholders of liberal rights and liberal values, including that of being, as Alana Lentin would say, or said yesterday, not racist, you know. And to understand this, I think that it's important also to understand the contradictions and elisions within liberal discourse and ideology from its inception and as it actually existed. And these are not aberrations and discontinuations within liberal discourse, but rather features of liberalism. And some of those contradictions or problems with liberalism that are very relevant to this presentation is that with respect to race. You know, for Europe's self-image is predicated on that notion of civilization, that Enlightenment values and the advances of science and capitalism gives us civilization and superiority. And in this way, you know, colonial capitalism and extraction, as Nicholas was talking about earlier, is recast as a noble venture or, you know, a burden, the white man's burden. And there are many theorists such as Uday Singh Mehta, Jeannie Moorfield, David Goldberg, and Domenico Lacerdo, who have written about the way that even sort of the big liberal thinkers, Kant, Carlyle, Locke, and John Stuart Mill, their liberalism, their liberal rights didn't extend to being bestowed upon colonized subjects oftentimes. And in fact, you know, even John Stuart Mill in On Liberty, he talks about those in the colonies. You know, he says that for them, you know, despotism is a legitimate form of government because that's how you deal with barbarians, provided the end is their improvement, right? Okay, how do we link that and those cracks and fissures with respect to race and liberalism to what's going on Europe's borders today? Well, firstly, by understanding that what liberal discourse did by painting people outside of Europe as uncivilized is it eviscerated their personhood. It eviscerated their humanity. And I think that the kind of violence that Carolina was talking about is only sustained because the personhood of those people of the victims have been degraded so much. But it's also understanding the role of the nation state and bordering from a post-colonial perspective. And I know Nicholas has gone into this, I'll try and sort of sum it up very quickly, after the movement of colonizers and after the extraction comes the enclosure and the bordering of nation states. So the configurations of race and coloniality are reconstituted within the nation state. And so as that takes place, we also implicitly come to expect liberal values and rights to be upheld in Europe and within European borders and for European peoples, but no further. And if you want an example of that, I mean, just think about for how long, you know, European societies in places like Greece and France have looked at the informal camps that routinely spring up in those places. And a lot of the time they're sustained by people who kind of imagine that, oh, back in their home countries, they live like this. This is outside of civilization. So this is normal for them, right? So anyway, I don't want to take too long, so I want to go straight to how racial violence is hidden and justified in practice and in discourse in Europe from the work that I've done with my colleagues. Firstly, and Caroline alluded to this, displacement. You know, the way that the brutal violence that takes place of bordering, rather than the more subtle violences, take place in areas which are considered the peripheries. They're not peripheries, you know, as Pira would sort of remind us yesterday, but they're considered as peripheries, distant from the centers of political power and decision-making, the Brussels and Parises and so forth. And it's beyond sort of displacement to the fringes. You know, you talk about externalization. European border policy is externalized to North Africa. As Carolina was saying at the end of her presentation, it's externalized when the EU supports and leverages Turkey to perform, you know, pushbacks into Iran, which are also very, very violent. So move the brutal racial violence away from European geopolitical space. Secondly, denial, by denying that this has taken place, which seems surprising given the amount of evidence that sort of Border Violence Monitoring Network have given about you know, very flagrant abuses, thefts, beatings of migrants. You know, this is assault and battery, right? But it's simply often denied, and the dehumanization of refugees and migrants helps to deny. You know, there were a number of police officers or sort of security officers that were interviewed, and even politicians who suggested at various points that the injuries that migrants have in this area is because they were fighting among themselves, as in they're like animals. Obviously, it's a ludicrous assumption, right? It's a ludicrous notion, but that becomes something that one can sell if the humanity of those people is degraded. But also the denial takes place through the bureaucracies and mechanisms of the European Union that others might expect would be the protector of rights. So Frontex has a fundamental rights arm. It has a fundamental rights office with fundamental rights officers who are explicitly employed, right, to make sure that refugee and asylum rights are being upheld. Okay, but theoretically, this structure exists. People like to propose technocratic solutions, and those solutions appear to be there. But in practice, what takes place? Well, a lot of the people who work in the FOR come straight from working in other parts of Frontex. They don't have investigatory powers. So when they receive through their complaints mechanism, sort of complaints from those who have been abused, that they have been abused, they will then ask Croatian or Slovenian police or security for evidence about their own alleged infractions. Obviously, no evidence is then going to be provided, and the EU can turn around and say, well, we've got procedures, we've got complaints mechanisms, we don't have enough evidence to suggest that this is going on. So there's an epistemological violence here as well, that migrant testimonies and refugee testimonies so diligently collected by Carolina and her colleagues, doesn't have any value. In fact, it even takes journalists, academics, and activists to come together to formalize that knowledge, that epistemology, for it to have any weight and carry with policymakers or more broadly. Right? Thirdly, the way in which violence proliferates, racial violence proliferates, is because violence in liberal societies is generally structural violence rather than direct violence. Right? People who are made to suffer, often through state inaction. You remove social provisions. You ban rescue missions in the Mediterranean. You illegalize providing water, providing food to migrants, as has happened in Calais, where we've done research. And these can have really catastrophic implications. In Calais for the last few years, even since the 2015-16 camp was destroyed, police routinely go there, destroy clothing, destroy shelters, and leave migrants in a condition where they are going to then make choices that are, very difficult choices to move in dangerous ways. So, this is structural violence, as Galton would put it. And fourthly, and finally, racial violence is also shrouded oftentimes by overlooking the material needs and material rights to survival, right? And that distinction is very clear when we think about asylum politics as discussed in mainstream and including liberal discourses. Popular understandings routinely distinguish between the need to flee war and persecution on one hand and poverty on the other, as if one is legitimate and the other is illegitimate. The deserving refugee, the undeserving economic migrant. And yet we know that race is, produced through exploitation. Race is actually produced through exploitation, so we can't ignore that. I think this is really important to acknowledge, especially when we're probably at a time when more and more people will leave because they can't find the means to survive due to ecological degradation, due to climate change. So another way in which this comes out, certainly in British discourse, and it came out during the EU referendum, was that in response to people who said that migrants and refugees were drains on society, it was emphasized that actually, migrants, refugees can actually provide, cheap labor, do the jobs that no one wants to do. But if we understand that race is sort of constructed through exploitation, we have to realize that arguments like this also reinscribe and reify those negative racializations upon which violence is then built. So to finish, I guess one question might be, why have we decided to frame what we've researched, our empirical material, as liberal violence when there's overt white supremacy? There are right-wing movements that are extant in Europe. We live in a time of crisis, I think it's fair to say, and where the politics of scarcity, as Gagi Bhattacharya put it, is abundant. And in that period, emancipatory politics are often in a defensive posture, right? But there are also times when resistance and counter-hegemonic discourse appears. And oftentimes it appears from below, right? It appears from social movements rather than from above and from politicians, right? And whether that's with respect to refugee rights, no borders, Black Lives Matter, climate justice movements, we see these movements also appearing. The radicalism of those movements is routinely stifled by what I'd say is the circular logics of liberalism that ask us to look for solutions inside the very structures that produce that violence. And sometimes we understand why that happens. It's the tactical reasons. We collect evidence, or we appeal to the authorities saying, look, you're breaking your own, supposed laws and values and so forth. But sometimes that's also used to stifle debate and political possibility. And I know that at times, liberalism co-opts radical symbols, preventing proper scrutiny of institutions such as the European Union. So racial violence of refugees and the death of refugees and migrants is not really going to be resisted by better discourse, balanced debates, efficient technocratic governance. I saw one politician talking yesterday in the UK after the death of 31 migrants in the Channel, talking about, we need upstream solutions to prevent migrant flows, right? This kind of technocratic language with the same thing, but somewhere else, Instead, it's going to be solved by practical and discursive interventions that move the boundaries of accepted and normative liberal politics, basically. And so, I'll end it there.
Thanks a lot, Ashrat, for conceptualizing and explaining your concept of liberal violence, which you are nicely outlining in your paper. We will certainly come back to this conceptualization and to your hint to the several contradictions. I'm very sure. But before we come back, we want to listen to Leslie. Leslie, where are you? To expand our picture and to expand as well the meanings and the empirical sides, how race or how the border works through race, and what are the implications of this very intense entanglement between race and the border. Leslie, please.
Thank you.
Here you are. We didn't lose you.
Here. Well, just to echo what everyone else said, it's really lovely to be here. I've very much enjoyed reading the papers that were shared in advance and listening to these discussions today. Just as I always do, very quickly, given the time limits, I do want to just point out, particularly because it's Thanksgiving here in the U.S. where I am, that I'm speaking to you from the traditional lands of the Quinnipiac, Mashantucket, Pequot, Mohegan, and other Algonquin speaking peoples. And I think it's always important to think about that for me, like as a reminder, as I kind of move to a different location to talk about processes of coloniality and race and erasure and memory, like the work of erasure and memory, to think about what's happening in my own space. And the other thing I guess I will say right now off the bat is like, I'm a white lady from the U.S. talking about Blackness in Morocco, and there's particular reasons that I do that, and so I'd be happy to have that discussion too if that comes up in the conversation after. All right, so I'll just get right to it. My research focuses on the role, just broadly speaking, on the role of bordering beyond Europe's territory and the way that migrants encounter this border in third states like Morocco. Since 2016, I've conducted this ethnographic research with West and Central African migrant communities who are living in or stuck in interior Moroccan cities like Fez and Meknes. I call this research an ethnography of the Euro-African border, in that studying encounters between migrants and various agents of the border regime, police, NGO workers, smugglers, researchers like me, helps us understand how the border works on a daily basis, what sorts of spaces and subjects it creates, the logics that undergird it, and how it's transgressed. I argue that the Euro-African border is a world-making project that produces difference and belonging not only in nations or regions like Europe, but more fundamentally within human geographies. And I think with Black geographic thought when I make this argument. So this project of bordering is resonant with other world-making projects, both past and present, and is rooted in multiple histories of expropriation and exploitation, as well as in processes of narrowly defining and bounding the so-called universal human. So my work is largely informed by post-colonial Black geographic and relational understandings of power, race, and bordering. And in analyses of North African border context and its relationship with race, which there's still very few of those, I think. The assumption is often either from migration studies that racial violence against African migrants is the result of European racial anxieties that are then transplanted to these so-called third countries, or from media reports that North Africans are fundamentally racist and violent. And I think Carolina was talking about the way that, the Balkans get sort of reproduced as this violent space. Anyway, I'll move on. So in the former, there's an implicit colonial presumption of the terra nullius in terms of third countries' own racial hierarchies and histories. And the latter reproduces Orientalist categories of Arabness and Islam as uncivilized and dangerous. And I think these accounts are really problematic for multiple reasons, but neither account for the long history of Blackness in the region, that slavery was practiced in this region for a millennium, that the Sudan was a major source of slaves during this time, to the extent that the word for slave today is often used to pejoratively denote a Black person. Nor do these account for the colonial project in North Africa that wrote Blackness off the map, relegating Blackness to l'Afrique noire and rendering it impossible, not only in Europe, but also in the Maghreb, which is rewritten as l'Afrique blanche. Nor the anti-colonial struggles both imagined a more than continental Pan-African unity and ultimately produced the Arab Muslim nation state. So in other words, for me, the border's conditions of possibility are rooted in multiple histories and ideologies of racial otherness, which likewise are the conditions of possibility for transnational diasporas and fugitive movements that subvert or transgress the border. So in the last few minutes, I just want to draw on this relational perspective that kind of thinks through these historical and contemporary intersections and entanglements to show the sorts of proximities, the frictions and possibilities that the Euro-African border produces in Morocco today. So in the oases communities in the south of Morocco, tensions between indigenous Black and white groups over land rights has been pretty common over the last 3 or 4 decades, but right now those are being exacerbated by internal deportations of West and Central African migrants to these areas by border agents. So these internal pushbacks. Where Blackness previously in the region marked historical roots and low status, now it increasingly signifies illegality, out of placeness, and availability for violence. In the southern oases, white Amazigh or Berber activists legitimize their claims against the land rights of Black Amazigh or Berber people by invoking out of place Blackness as embodied in West and Central African migrants. And in the cities in Morocco, where the visible presence of West and Central African migrants has increased really since like 2013, 2014, Blackness on the street is read as foreign, as illegal, and often morally or culturally inferior. And in an infamous example, Black American Timothy Hucks, I think this was like 2019, 2020, took a short walk outside of his flat in Rabat, only to be rounded up by Moroccan police and internally deported to Beni Mellal, a small mountain city several hours away. Other African-American students, including my own research assistant, described being routinely propositioned for sex by Moroccans who assumed they were West African sex workers. And then in recent interviews that my research assistant has done in Morocco in my stead during COVID-19 with Black or brown Moroccans, these people are telling stories of growing up enduring pejorative comments about their skin color, but now they describe being mistaken as non-Moroccans when they're out and about in their own hometown. So the weight of signifiers that Blackness now indexes as aesthetically unpleasing, as dirty, as linked to a history of enslavement and inferiority, as rural, as illegal, as immoral, as risky or at risk, this puts Black Moroccans, West and Central African migrants, and other African diasporas in uneasy proximity to each other. And these uneasy proximities manifest in Black Moroccans' ambivalence toward migrants, defending their dignity and humanity in the face of anti-Black racism in one breath, and in the next, expressing disgust at their dirtiness, their smell, their immoral behaviors, or their inability to integrate in Moroccan society, or kind of by extension within modernity, which they themselves as Moroccans are trying to access. And that speaks to another uneasy proximity about North Africans' own experience of racism in Europe and Morocco's uneasiness with its own Africanity. Driss Yazemi, who is now a government minister, but was a very prominent activist for migrant rights and anti-racism in Morocco, draws on his own experience of racism as a North African migrant in France, but stops short of calling for the government of Morocco to withdraw from Europe's border project. Moroccans rarely use the term sub-Saharan to refer to West and Central African migrants. Instead, they just label them Africans, Afrika, which is a disavowal of their own Africanity, even at the same time that the king, Mohammed VI, has spent the past decade reorienting Morocco's diplomatic and economic efforts to the continent. And I just have one more. There's a lot of these. When I started thinking about these uneasy proximities, I had a lot, but I'll end with this last one. So the final one I want to share today has to do with Blackness as an affirmative or an anti-racist project. In my work, I talk about the ways that racialized bordering produces transnational African migrant communities, which I theorize as moral economies that sometimes reproduce and sometimes transgress the border. But there are other ways that Blackness enables political claims making. In recent years, as Jean Beeman is documented in France, marginalized communities are turning to African-American thinkers to name their experiences of discrimination and exclusion as racism, which, is not the Fusha word for the Arabic word for racism is not a well-known word in Morocco. There's not language for it. In Morocco, too, West and Central African migrants sometimes use the language of slavery, and not the slavery of the Sahara, but of the Atlantic, to condemn the violent expropriations that they experience on the move. And this is the visible repudiation of Black life in the US and the incontrovertible logics of white supremacy that justify these offer a way for migrant people to talk about their present of racial discrimination, as well as to forge communities of refusal and survivance. And this is a type of political Blackness that is sometimes treated with suspicion in Black US communities, especially given that their movements, their cultural products, their labor and knowledge has been taken up and transplanted in ways that abstract the real social and material conditions in which they were first enacted. So, all the same, I think this new visibility of state violence against Black people, against immigrants, against other marginalized people have exposed for us the proximity of whiteness to death dealing and the proximity of African and other post-colonial diasporas, citizens, and occupied people, not only to murderous whiteness, but to each other across space and history. So migrants across all kinds of, categories of difference, Black folks in North Africa, North African descended Europeans, Palestinians, indigenous people in the post-colony, and indigenous people of the Republic are refusing disavowals of race. They're naming the border's cruelty, the nation's enclosures, capital's rapaciousness, the ongoingness of coloniality, and the undersides, undergrounds, and ungeographies of modernity. So while I understand bordering is a process of racial world making, following Cedric Robinson's call to the ontological totality of regimes of power, it's important to attend to how the racial border contains seeds for new communities and kinships that transcend the nation state and subvert the structures and institutions of violence that are so pervasive and so visible today. And that's all.
Thank you so much, Leslie, and thank you so much, everybody, to share your deep insights and reflections. And everybody of you already hinted at some conceptual and theoretical frameworks. I would like to ask you if you have questions to each other. So please take the floor, as we really want to have a kind of a talk, which is not such easy to organize in this, on this kind of a screen table. It would be much nicer to sit around, but still we have this possibility. So do you have questions to put forward to each other before I go on with our questions? And I would like also to indicate to our public, to the people listening to the streams, that you have as well the possibility to write your questions. Please use the QR code in the left corner of your stream, and then you can enter a platform where you can type your question and I will read it. So please don't hesitate to ask the panelists what you want to ask them. Nicholas, you were moving. Do you have any question to your fellow
It's less a question. Yeah, I'm frequently moving around in my seat, but it is less of a question than an observation that struck me. I was very interested to think with the examples that were suggested by Carolina and Leslie about this way in which the peripheries of Europe, the Balkans or North Africa, really, kind of represent a space of ambivalence around a kind of Europeanness or disqualification from Europeanness that nonetheless sort of works itself out in an ambivalent way around the question of whiteness and the relation to, to people from further, in the case of Morocco, further into the so-called interior of Africa, or in the case of the Balkans, further into the so-called Orient, and there was, just a nice parallel in the examples that the two of you gave, Carolina and Leslie, of this way in which both the Balkans and North Africa become, sort of the repositories of a legacy of kind of Orientalist projection as spaces of barbarism, as spaces of a kind of innate violence that then, needs to somehow mediate the ways in which each of these places is situating itself in relationship to the European project through enacting violence toward people who are deemed to be still more African, still more Black in the one case, still more, Oriental, still more Muslim, etc. in the other example, and that both of you also then gave examples of the sexual degradation of women from those places, as examples of, the kind of presumptive dehumanization of people who were migrating, but in a way that was really, and this was more explicit in Carolina's example, really an occasion to say, like, this is Europe, degrading the Muslim woman is, and sexual violence toward the Muslim woman, is an expression of Europeanness, and similarly, the presumption that a Black African woman is can be assumed to be a prostitute. In the Moroccan example, seemed analogous to me. So I was just really struck by those parallels.
Vasilis, I just learned that you have a question.
Yes, I have some questions. In general, I don't understand very well the notion of metaphysics, Nicholas. And my association was a kind of fetishism of sovereignty, but this is a question about to clarify the notion of metaphysics. And then I will continue if you want.
Sure. I mean, of course, the term metaphysics can have multiple valences and different kinds of meanings. I was, picking up in a kind of lighthearted way from Marx's discussion of the fetishism of commodities, where he used that phrase overtly, but in a way that I think is more instructive. What I would insist on is that the classic Aristotelian distinction between physics and metaphysics is useful, namely that there is a physics to bordering that has to do with the actual material and practical dimensions. Mm-hmm. And then there's something beyond that.
Okay, I understand.
And so, of course, literally in the Aristotelian use of metaphysics, it was simply what came after the physics, what came after the materiality of bordering. Well, there is this whole symbolic and ideological register. So really what I was suggesting is that if we can understand nationalism as the theology of the modern state, then indeed we need to also have a more flexible and adaptive way to understand that metaphysics of state power or state sovereignty in relationship to something that may indeed exceed nationalism per se, and in this case that we're talking about Europeanism.
I understand. And now I can make the next question, because I want to discuss with all of us about the new quality of the border violence at the European borders. And the link is the possibility to think with the notion of members, the politics of enmity, of hostility. But before this level, I ask you, Nicholas, and the others also perhaps, how to analyze the difference between defending the border, the everyday work of defending the border in the sense of weaponizing state of exception and crisis rhetoric, and rebordering as a more or less mundane productive work of normalization of border situation. In other words, how and if do you draw a line between sovereignty and enmity and hostility, between rebordering Europeanness and racial hostility, in the sense of a kind of escalating performance or brutality of violence. In Greece, we use now, we don't speak anymore with the term of only book on pushbacks. We speak also with the term of state kidnapping. This is a new dimension of internalization of the extension of the border zone 500 kilometers inside the territorium, not close to the territorium. Okay, it was not really a question, it was this impulse for discussion.
And perhaps this has something to do also with the concept of liberal violence, because, I mean, is there not a difference between liberalism and illiberalism? I mean, between the liberal production of difference, which is much more there to economically make use of it, and a liberal, cleansing, a liberal way of rather focusing on purity, and I'm not really sure if it's always good to have this very broad conceptualizations which are not flexible to allow for historical changes. So I'm rather wondering if we need a different kind of conceptualization of different kind of naming what's happening as well. So this would be as well a question which is linked to Vasilis' remark. Arshad, Nicholas, who wants Carolina?
Leslie.
I'll pick up if that's okay. I guess the value of, I think when we were talking about liberal violence, we're very much talking about the way in which racial violence emanates from liberal society that expresses itself as non-racist. And I think that's what we were going after. So and to understand that, I think that we then have to understand how liberal societies produce violence, and specifically in relation to the racial violence of the border. And so that's where we're coming from. But I think that also, a lot of the time, violence is being produced. I don't know if you can say that illiberal violence and liberal violence is distinguished by the fact that illiberal violence is all about purity, when the work of liberal bordering often seeks to reinscribe that purity, right? Technologically, that's basically, I think, what it often does. So I think there is often, and I think Aurélien Mondon and Aaron Winter's book on reactionary democracy is very good with this, because it basically demonstrates how oftentimes liberal policies that are meant to find some sort of middle ground end up giving way to reactionary forces. And so, if we think about, because I think liberal responses to border violence ends up oftentimes being technocratic. So it's not technically about purity. So if we look at some of the responses to the awful events of yesterday in the UK, some people would be saying providing safe and legal routes for asylum seekers is the way forward, and that seems to be, that does seem to be the policy to do, but that's very unlikely to be articulated not only by the right-wing government, but that's also unlikely to be recommended by the opposition as well. The opposition, in their sort of centrist and liberal mold, will very much make that argument that this is a problem of poor management, bad management. You're not working well enough with French authorities. We need upstream solutions, all those kinds of things. So it's not based on any notion of racial purity, but by leveraging that argument, the result that you're going to end up with is you're going to have harder bordering taking place further away, and a reinscription of that sort of those racialized distinctions in any case. So I think that would be my answer to that question.
Yeah, can I just follow some of the points that Arshad highlighted? When we're talking about what is liberal and what is non-liberal at the border, I think that it's really important to also look at, there was race has been always somehow at the core of the empire and making borders and controlling movement and so forth, as many post-colonial scholars would argue. However, I think we also need to pay some attention to the contemporary titles and labels which are used for today's bordering, because as Nicholas pointed out, bordering is nothing that has the beginning at the end. It's a process. It's constantly in the motion, and I think that event which happens, as for example 2015, migration crisis, or right now the Taliban took control over Afghanistan, pushes towards different responses, and especially externalization. And when we look at the externalization, moving this argument about liberalism a little bit forward, I feel that the European Commission or the EU society in general uses two elements. One is what could be called liberal criticism, and another one, liberal violence. And this liberal criticism is always, we are going to criticize, for example, Eastern Turkey for not being liberal, for being authoritarian, and also for suppressing Kurdish rights and basically killing people in a border zone. However, this liberal criticism, which makes us humanitarian, which makes us European, which reaffirms our position and identity who we are going to bury it under agenda to stop migrants and deliver funds and support to the exactly same army units to Eastern Turkey at this border to stop migrants. And these practices on the ground become completely messy, and we don't even know where they end up at the end. But I think there's a huge clash of this liberal criticism and let's call it liberal violence, which are very much interconnected and at the center of today's bordering and border management run by the European Union, but often counteracted by the third states, who of course use these external policies for their own national security agendas, as in Belarus we can see, to counteract against the sanctions and so forth.
Can perhaps the distinction between liberal violence and illiberal and political illiberalism in Europe is not enough precise to demonstrate the deep state structure of a kind of, I will say, we have inside the European architecture of control a civil war between the humanitarian and migration management fraction and the political organized new right and if you want neo-fascistic parties, the political illiberalism. And this is not an abstract discussion. This is something related to the core productivity of the given European border regime. The question of no return, if you want, the point of no return, the question of the fascisation the borders or democratization or the re-democratization the borders. I am speaking with the background of Cyprus and Greece if I speak now. Or to put it in another way, I don't. For me, it's not really clear if race can put identically as synonym with violence. I don't think that violence and also border violence can address directly with race, only with race.
Carolina, do you want to jump in?
I think Arshad just unmuted himself, so I don't want to...
I haven't seen it. Please, Arshad.
Oh, I don't know if anyone else, Leslie or Nicholas, the question of can border governance be disentangled from race? Is that the question?
Unfortunately, we have not many minutes left, so we have to be very quick, please, with our answers. Oh, you have to quick with your answers, please.
Well, if I could try to address some of the points that you've raised. There is, I think, maybe a discrepancy between some of the ways that that I'm using certain terms and possibly the way that that you're using them, Vasilis, in your questions or comments. For example, for me, the discussion of sovereignty is not reducible to these sorts of grandiose performances of sovereignty that Foucault, for example, referred to as the spectacle of the scaffold. So Foucault's discussion of the spectacle of the scaffold, these kinds of grandiose performances of brutality, flagrant sorts of violence, I think is a different use of the concept than I would be inclined to, where the spectacle of border enforcement for me has simultaneously these moments of excess that you're characterizing as animosity or violent brutality, and also a kind of continuous process of normalization. So I think there's a continuous dialectic of normalization that goes hand in hand with these kinds of more flagrant sorts of violence. And they simultaneously can be understood as bolstering a certain kind of pretension of sovereignty on the part of the state, that then at some moments is depicted as defending the border in a way that almost is militaristic, or indeed is militaristic, and in other moments involve a much more kind of diffuse process of rebordering. So I don't see them as kind of wildly juxtaposed or sharply in contrast. The question you're raising at the end, I would be very interested to hear more if we had time about contemporary dispute between a question about the democratization of borders versus the fascisticization of borders. And certainly, the contemporary conflicts are pointed and sharp in a way, though I would emphasize, in the spirit of some of the things that Arshad also said, that there is a way in which, or also to come back to Sabina's point about liberal violence as structural, as sanitized, that there is a way in which these much more sort of outlandish, vulgar, flagrant performances of brutality that we associate with border fascism, whether it's perpetrated by the agents of the state or perpetrated by genuine fascistic paramilitaries, that nonetheless is one component in a continuum that is about the institutionalization of that sort of violence, and which may at times not manifest itself or articulate itself openly as racial, especially when it's being perpetrated as, in the name of law and order, in the name of enforcing the law. But that's where I think the burden of our analysis is precisely to sort of point to the racial coordinates of something that on the surface dissimulates its racism, that presents itself as kind of race neutral. So maybe I'll stop in the interest of leaving some room for others.
Leslie, the last words, please.
Sure. Yeah, I've been watching the clock and being like, are we going to be shut down all of a sudden? Just really quickly, thinking about Morocco, which is, is definitely an authoritarian space, it gets tricky for me to think about liberalism and liberal violence, if I'm thinking with and alongside migrants who are experiencing the very similar sorts of violence outside of the so-called liberal spaces of Europe, right? As they are once they're at the, at Europe's door. And I think that's been too quickly, that similarity has been too quickly sometimes dismissed dismissed as, well, it's Europe's externalized border, right? Like, so it is the extension of this sort of liberal violence in other spaces, but I'm not convinced that that's all that's going on there. So I guess I just have to say I want to think about that more. And the other thing I wanted to just mark, so I teach in prison, and I do a lot of work among incarcerated folks who are in the US. And we talk about the sort of, if we're talking about the vulgar external violence that targets people at, outside of Europe in extreme forms, I think that's mirrored by policing in particular, in certain areas of the US where someone can kneel on your neck for 8 minutes and 46 seconds in full view of the public and get away with it. Right. So I think that there's these interlocking institutions that are guided by these similar logics that I think exceed the border as a space, if that makes sense. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe the border penetrates into cities as well. But I kept thinking about those dynamics, and even dynamics like the way that police treat racialized or marginalized women in urban spaces on the street if they're out at night, right? Like the way they're spoken to or treated, or even physically assaulted. There have been some recent cases of that in the news. So yeah, so I'll just stop there. But I tend to think across spaces and kind of track people's experiences and try to think about how those are sort of nested or related to each other.
Thank you all so much. And before we end, I would like to read the only question which we got, because it's also a kind of it's a fantastic summing up. The question goes like that: fantastic paper. So that goes to you. Fantastic paper. Thanks a lot for this great conversation. And it's unfortunate again that we have not so much space and time to go on to go deeper into all these different kinds of differentiations, contradictions, dialectics, which is certainly necessary to not homogenize. And I mean, Leslie, that's really great to have you here with us to point to a kind of a different border scape. But the question goes on. My question is, notwithstanding some key thinkers on race and borders, why do you think it has not been until relatively recently that racism has been recognized as key part of contemporary bordering? And in a way, I think it's a kind of a call. It's a claim that we have to go on with this kind of debates to look deeper into the different kind of historical moments and how border and race are being, are being working through each other somehow and are being entangled. And I just think that we have to organize the next debate and hopefully perhaps with you. And have a great day, Nicholas, to you in the US. Have a great dinner, Leslie, also in the US, and take care and stay healthy. And we start tomorrow our conversation and the next panel at 9:15. And I all welcome you back tomorrow to the next day of our annual conference. Thanks a lot, and thanks for coming and sharing and listening. Bye-bye. And we have the link for a follow-up, so if you have some time, we could go on informally. Bye.